spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat kepan, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah. Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today? Spoon TV. Spoon. Yes, what you about today? Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon. Bada 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 bada. Spoon. Skibidi bidi da bado.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon.
Okay, welcome. It is Sunday here in Moravia. We'd like to say welcome to all of you for joining us on the program. Spoon Talk, thanks to those of you who regularly follow the program. It's a pleasure being on your diet once more and also on your television stream. And like I usually tell you that this is the biggest thing that takes place on radio and online. And we are so very much grateful to be on your radio this evening. Today is Sunday. Today is the 7th day of January. It's the first month of the year, 2024. And it also happens to, today also happens to be the first Sunday in the year. And I know lots of people went to their various places of worship. Those on the Christian religion went to their various places of worship to worship the Almighty God. And would like to say um, today's edition promises to be fascinating as usual. It's Sunday, but that does not, negate the fact that as usual, we bring you the information. We try to make sure that you get informed at all time. Your right to information cannot be, you know, uh, 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 trodden upon. We cannot stop that right, and that's why Article 15 of our Constitution says that you are. It's a constitutional right that you do not be denied, the opportunity to get information or informed by your government or any functionaries of the government. And so that's the reason why we always make it our duty to be here to inform you. My name is Aaron Kuban. I'm your sound producer for tonight's edition of the program. Later on in the program, I'm going to be in the back making sure that everything works here. However, we're going to begin the program by making sure that we can hear from our folks out there, those of you who have some burning issues on your mind and you want to put forth those issues. We will definitely have you through to the program, calling on the numbers that we have in the studio here, and definitely we going to hear from you. And so we will activate the number very, very shortly. The numbers are 0777 71075 or 0777 Better stay 0555 At the both numbers, you can call and be live on the program to put forth your concerns, your questions, your comments, and just anything that you want to put forth to the duty bearers, those people who have the responsibility to hear some of those major issues that you want to put forth, or it can just be any recommendation as well, to the government of our country, the incoming government, your advice, your commendation as well. And so thanks to all of you for joining us, those of you who regularly join us. Just to inform you, best before we go to the line, and we know that the Senate will resume tomorrow. The special sitting resumes tomorrow. They let the House of Representatives too as well, and that we also like to update you that the protests yesterday continue. There is no information. Obviously, the guys will not have converged on today because today is Sunday. But on yesterday, Saturday, they were there. At some point in time, they even prevented the steering committee of the inaugural program, the JMB JKK inaugural steering committee went at the building to do some fact findings and some survey. The protesters who are Senate staffers prevented them from using the building or accessing the building, and so they were asked to leave. At some point in time, there was some resistance, but they later on, amongst themselves, managed to leave. I saw Jonathan Pelele, he was part of that group. I saw Auntie Miata Famole, she was part of that group too as well. And a host of other individuals or people on the steering committee were there, and the guards succeeded in throwing them out of the compound. Um, and because they are still demanding their 2 months extra sitting benefit, some of the senators have said that they've not received any money. No one has given them money, but the guys are saying even if you have not received money, we need ours. And because we've worked, and they have also threatened that there will be no, you know, a program held on next week Monday if they do not get the money and the Senate, ends a special sitting. There will be no sitting or session next week Monday. At which time we are expecting the election of the speaker and the pro tem or other officials of the both houses. So the protest continued on yesterday. We are expected to go there tomorrow, Monday morning, at which time the guys have already said they will reassemble in demand of their extra sitting benefits. They talk about insurance benefit. They They talk about gasoline, 6 months, and all of those issues as well. So let's see how it turns out to be tomorrow. But the CEO, the former CEO, will join us later on the program, and along with his guests and panelists. But before we can join them, let's take calls on the program this evening from Morovia. I understand it's the afternoon hours in the US. It's about as 14 minutes past 3 p.m. Yes, somewhere in the US. Okay. So 0777771075 or 0555101075. Let's take this very first person here.
Hello.
Good evening. Welcome. Good evening. Okay, you went off 0777771075. I want to put up a WhatsApp number, but this WhatsApp number I'm about to put up is only when I'm on this radio. You know, this time I can be afraid to. Okay, let me see if it is possible, sir. All the things I'm talking. Yes. So I will put this WhatsApp number up, and those of you who want to call on the WhatsApp, can call, but it is only when I'm on the radio, when I'm here. That's when you should call this number, please. That's when you should call, please. Please, that's the only time you should call this number. Uh, okay, okay. So 077604. Right. So that's 04088883216. That's the WhatsApp number. Let me see if I can take this person. Hello.
Welcome.
Yes, welcome. Good evening. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Morris Kuba, man. I'm calling you from New Matari.
Okay, go
You
ahead.
get, yeah, thank you for the program. You know, I've been listening to the program from Short Beach. I was still God help me, I'm free from there. But I just wanted to ask you, Aaron Kuba, no, I've been knowing him, but maybe you don't know him, but I wanted for you to talk to the CEO for me right now. I have speaking place to help me to get speaking place. I've been for the food.
Okay.
You get it, man?
All right. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you. Your
yeah.
message went
I
across.
bet. Yeah.
Your message went across. Thank you.
Yeah. I beg you, man. My people on the CEO for me. I beg you, please.
Hello. Welcome. Wow. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yes. Welcome. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is George Lincoln. I have two concerns, or I have two things on my mind. One is I would like for the people to stop paying for what happening at Tuduta. Because, like, see, any tanker passing, people always ask, are they carrying a tanker into Tuduta, sending people into Tuduta, they are playing fun of what took place in Tuduta, and people lost their lives. Other people are
Is that
taking
people?
it out of fun.
Is that people playing fun? Or what?
Yeah, other people in real life, especially real life marketplaces, people are playing fun. All of the people that die there, when they see anything called like, oh, they think I'm going to the town. They are making fun of what happened in
Wow.
Toyota, and I would like for them to stop playing fun of what happened in Toyota. And secondly, my second question has to do with, ever I have been coming over there for 5 days just to talk to any of you people. I wish I can talk to you offline.
Okay.
If I can get your number and talk to you offline, it's very, very important.
My number on my Facebook page. My number public, so you can get it. You go on my
Okay,
Facebook page. I publish it on my profile. Yeah.
okay. All right.
All right. Thank you. Okay. So the WhatsApp number I pinned up here is my number too as well. It's my WhatsApp number. But the reason I'm afraid to put the number on some days is that you on the shows there, you sleeping people will be calling. The number only for when I'm here. Then you can call this WhatsApp number. So those of you following, you want to call on the WhatsApp number, you can call that number, and then we will take your call. But it is only when I'm here. That's when you should call that number, when I'm on the show. Please, please, because yeah, the last time I did it, I've regretted. I can even be home sleeping there. People will be calling me. Yeah, can you imagine? They'll be calling me. Oh God. So yeah, stop that. Yeah, so that's my WhatsApp number. Okay, and so 077 077 That number only for WhatsApp. Please do not call it direct. It is only for WhatsApp, and I will take people in the diaspora. The main number for the show is 0888. That's 077 077 055 That's the main number for the show. And the number pinned there is for WhatsApp alone. And it's for those in the diaspora who may want to put forth their concerns and those burning issues. Let's take this person. Good morning. Good evening. Welcome. Hello? What's going on? Hello, welcome.
Hello?
You are live on the radio.
Yeah, my name is Amelia Ward, calling from Virginia.
Sorry?
What's my mind tonight? I want for the newcomer that's coming in, all those people that are on the street, to take them from there, carry them somewhere, then they find something to do and learn something. Because they can embarrass people around here. Go there, when you put your head pat down, they will take it, the thing, and thing, one cover you there, barrel and thing with it, they will take it and carry it. So then they find somewhere to put them.
Oh, okay. If you found somewhere to put the guys, they disadvantage
Yes.
you.
Yes, I get trade to learn trade to do something for themselves.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mom. Thank you. That's a very beautiful
Okay, thanks for
suggestion.
Hello?
Hello, you are live.
Rawas my name. Julius Rawas my name.
Go ahead, Julius.
Yeah, I have a burning issue. You see on the Sumatra Drive, that new freeway Japan Highway, there's a problem going on there now. That is, they have the people now selling just as the way they sell in Raleigh. All the road from Raleigh going straight to Freeport. They start selling on the road. So there is no way for pedestrians to cross. You see, there's a problem there. I'm trying to let the people know that the government should be aware of that. That they should take people from the road, do it out complete. So another job will be the mess up because gas station, they're selling gas and all on the road there. No way to pass to go through.
The walkway, the sidewalk.
Yeah, the walkway that I'm saying, on the sidewalk. You got to bear all the way, making coming down on the road. Because if you do that, car coming from that direction, you'll find yourself into problem. So those that are responsible for the road, at least, then you see the aid that they carry people out of it.
Okay.
So that's my concern.
Thank you. That's a very important concern there. Let's take another person there. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. You are live. Go ahead.
Evening, Dama.
Hello. You are live on the radio. Go ahead.
My concern has to do with the issue from last night. I monitored the show and I heard the police, footmen complaining on how Queen or Johnson escaped. And my concern has to do with is asked to Queen, Johnson, let her remain wherever she is, in a safe place until the new government is over. This government is not trustworthy. That she should stay herself over more, especially the hour they went to go arrest her. It was not prudent.
Okay, thank you.
Hello?
Hello, welcome.
Hello?
Hello, you are live.
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm fine.
Yeah, how you doing, sir?
I'm fine, thank you.
My name is Anthony. My name is Anthony Toll, calling from Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you live, very loud and clear.
Yeah, I have a concern I really want to raise. I don't want to take too much of your time. I was listening to your program the other day, and There was a senator online who was talking about the money they make from the house. And I think it's kind of exorbitant too much to make, causing the other people not get paid. So what I think the citizen needs to do, they need to step against this because this is too much. Senators go to work for one day and make 78,000 for the month. I mean, that is not right for the Liberian people.
You said Senator
So
goes.
that's my concern.
Okay, I think that's your concern. But just to correct, you said Senator.
Yeah, I don't.
Senators go to work for
Yeah,
one day.
yeah. He said whenever they are recall,
Oh, okay.
when they recall and go there after year,
Yeah, he said even
they
if they're
pay them
one
for the
day,
whole
they will
month.
get a month pay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That is very bad for the Liberian people. So I hope you guys can use it as a talk one day for the Liberian people because this is very much exorbitant.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much for having a say on the program. So the WhatsApp number pin there is for only when I'm here. So I'm saying it because I know what I can go through. When I'm doing my different thing, my lay corner, when I'm not on the show, people keep calling and calling and calling on my WhatsApp number. It's only for when I'm here. And that's the reason why I pin it there. So if you're listening, you in the diaspora, you want to call, you can call. Yeah. Uh, okay, so let's see if we can take another person here coming through. Hello, welcome. Hello.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, you are live. Go ahead.
Oh, am I on Spoon, right? This is Spoon?
You are live on Spoon.
Oh, I bless God. I was so much God. Well, I just want to wish you people a happy new year and then a long, long life to all the workers in Spoon there. And also a big happy new year to the CEO, the former CEO of Water Spoon, and then Titi Kane. Are you getting me?
Yeah, I'm getting you.
Yeah, Brother Peter S. David calling from GSC Road, F2 community. Yeah, very well. It's on my mind, brother. Tonight, I'm suggesting to all this my concern. I'm asking the incoming government. Yes, all those mineral factories, those are producing waters. You getting me what I'm saying?
I'm getting you. Go ahead.
Those are producing water for now because the streets are getting dirty. People say clean the street, but you see the water there. I appeal into the incoming government to tell the people that the way it happened in Ghana. People produce mineral water bottle. They don't produce the mineral bottle, the water. Even say when I $10 for you, through the power of God will buy it. Face a $10 bottle, $50 bottle, $20 bottle, the one that people can afford to buy, but they plastic beggar, then the whole entire street all over. And then they should tell them, then the family to have some care, they start care here to all strategic play on the street. Yeah.
Hello.
I want for it to happen really because walking the street from Wiener Way, you all around the person, yeah, all the way to the person, yeah, the children going the street, you see, they're all over, the plastic water, all over. So it's my own concern, really.
Thank you all so much for putting forth your concern. Let's take this person here. Welcome. Hello. Hello, are you there? Hello, go ahead.
Yeah, as a J Fega, I just called to appreciate Spoon Network and the CEO of the Spoon radio station because they give me the option to be informed. Yeah, may God preserve your life and both your prayer to pass.
Okay. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you for putting forth your point on the program live. Let me take another person here. Hello, welcome. Hello. Hello, you are live. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Oliver B. Tuga, and calling from the Rehab Bell.
Go ahead, Oliver.
Yeah, my own contribution, what is on my mind tonight is about street. So the plastic there, I wish that the new elected president will get rid of this plastic and decide that we get people on the street because most of the time people can be in this car ready to drink the water and they get throw it on the street. Yeah, they will not put the plastic in the car and leave on the car go to wash the car so they can take the plastic from there and throw it away. Or drink water, they get throw it on the street. They drink on the bag, they drink any water, any bottle they get throw on the street, helping to keep the street carry. So we help that. We pray that a new elected government that will come to power to be able to control all these things. That anybody that decide to do this you'll be able to pay 30%. When you walk you choose on the street, you'll be able to pay 30%. Yeah. Every day you chew on the street, you'll be arrested and pay 30% or you will keep the city free.
Okay, so thank you all so much for putting forth your concern. Let me take this person. Hello, welcome.
Hello?
Hello, you are live. Quiet. Hello. Okay. Hello, welcome. Hello, let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Puebla Cosmoyo.
Okay, let's hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, my concern to do the furniture people. They say the new government are coming elected during my market. We need to do really well for her. They say so all the furniture that can go and buy to China, we can do the same in Liberia. So they say we should pay attention to her too. We ourselves we can do the same in Liberia here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Furniture, right?
Yeah.
You talk about
Yeah,
furniture.
furniture,
incoming government.
whatsoever that they can use to the house, we can do the same in Liberia.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
All right. Thank you all so much. Still taking calls while we are with the panelists. Welcome. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Pascal Johnson. I'm calling from Coventry, Lower Magdalene County.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, what is on my mind is the new government officer that we appointed to the ministry that the government should not give them car to carry home. You can't do the driver will carry go for you to your house and work. After what the driver carry you back and bring the car and pack it back to the ministry.
Oh, no one should
That
carry
is
the car home.
Huh?
No one should carry the car home.
No, that will carry the car home. You got driver, the driver after what then the car carry home. You get your own private car to use it. You get government property after 6, after working hours, and you're not working, you got a government car, you be passing car. It should not be so. The guy drive in floor.
Okay. Thank you all so much.
Okay, you are welcome.
Okay. Okay. Let me see if I can take this person. Hello, welcome.
Yeah, hello?
Hello.
Yeah, okay. I'm Samuel Kope calling from Omatari.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
what on my mind, the last time people have certain program and concerning the Canada program, and I was not able to get a contact or the direction as to how to go about that program. And since that time, I've been listening to Spoon, but people can talk about the program. So I want you to please help me.
Okay. So what you need to do is
Mm.
if the lady that was on the show that night actually gave detail, just
Uh,
go back to that edition if you can remember the date. You listen to it, you get all of the information because she was a guest. She's not a panelist on the program yet. She doesn't work yet. So all you need to do, go back to the edition and listen again, and you get down all of the information. That's the reason why when she was speaking that day, she was giving all the information, and the expectation was that you would have jotted them down. So you just need to go back and listen. That's the only thing. Well, she doesn't
so,
work here, so she was just a guest, like the way we bring guests, and they speak and leave. That's all.
So if I go back and search for it on Facebook, I'll get it, right?
Yeah, go to Spoon page, go to Spoon TV Live, search for that particular date, and you
All right.
just get at the point where she was speaking. Or I think it was a male and a female, right? They were
Yeah.
two.
Yeah.
Okay. So then you get it, you jot all the information down, you follow what the instruction that is. Yeah. Myself, I did not take anything down because
Okay.
maybe I didn't have interest.
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we will take more calls. We're still looking out for the panelists. Once they come, then we will go into it. The number pin on the stream there, that's my WhatsApp number. It's only for the show tonight. And when I'm on, that's when, yes, you can call us. Let me take this person here.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. My name is Sam Brown. I'm calling from United States. One thing I would like to comment on is the vetting process. I wonder somebody like the people that are doing the vetting, that is the Secretary General and the chairman of the party, along with Kopian and all the other people that are on that team. They should be able to really look at people carefully before they put them to be minister, assistant minister, deputy minister. Because we don't want the same thing to happen again. For a repeat of the corruption, for people to come in and come with sweet mud, like I was listening to Satu last night, talk all these sweet things, and 5 years to 9 months he spent in the government, he never criticized. The late day he began to criticize. I also listened to Serena Seifert. He was talking to so many things. They are trying to find a way to maneuver to get to the new government. This thing we need to try some young people, from young people, that Bragan will have control over, that he will be able to see how they can change the dynamic of that country. And one of the things again, putting people in places that they don't even know they don't even know much about what they're doing. That is, financial management is different from road construction. Satu, he did all he had done in his life is financial management. But then road fund, for him to be the executive for road fund, is like a contradiction. He know the financial aspect, but he don't know what the technical people are doing on the field. Whether the road they are fixing, whether it live for 3 years, whether it's there for 10 years, it's there for 10 years, he does not know.
Mm.
There should be somebody who would know the technical know how to be to certain position. Where you belong, there where you should go. If you are financial man, you go to finance. If you are educational man, you go to education. That you will be able to understand what is going on out there.
Okay.
That's how it works everywhere in the world. So I've tried to say this to Honorable Bogan, let him be careful the vetting process. Swim up is not be the goal here. The secretary general got swim more jelly tour, the other tour. Those people, they all had to be careful. Some of us we went in the bushes. I got hurt. I came back to the States. We went there to work hard to make sure that we should get a better government. Somehow we don't want position, but we want them to have the best people to be able to rule our country. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Very good point. And very good point. Thanks for putting through those points. Very important ones. Thank you. And we are still here uh, bringing you the program. This is Spoon Talk. Today is Sunday. It's the 7th day of January 2024. Today is first Sunday, as a matter of fact. And I'm in here this evening, and your sound coordinator for tonight's edition of the program. Once we can have the panelists coming in, we have our discussion set already. Our guest tonight, like you saw on the flyer, is former Truth and Reconciliation Commission chairperson, who's going to come. See this? He's going to come in and is going to tell us more about sanctions on Liberian government officials, more sanctions on Liberian government officials. So we're going to be talking about that once he comes in, along with the panelists and the former CEO as well. But we'll take more calls. Now let's go to the line and take this person. Hello, welcome.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, you are live. Go ahead.
Doing?
Go ahead. You are live. Good evening.
Okay. Anyway, I'm Jose Dolo and joining Pittsburgh Johnson City.
Go ahead, Jose.
Yeah, what is on my mind this evening had to deal with the NRS in the bureau. That is the Liberian Immigration Service. You know, the Liberian Immigration Service, one thing about them is that they have a habit of being the street. You know, it's not right. As the immigration being the street, it's not a right. The right is to go to the border to hold on some things. But you know, like own country that I see today, I can see immigration in the street. They pass around arresting people. They can even make mistake and arrest some citizens of the country. It's not right at that. So my brother, this is why that's on my mind this evening.
Okay, thank you all so much.
Yeah, that will take that in. Thank you.
Immigration. So you should go sit down in the office. Hello, welcome.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, you are live. What's going on with this WhatsApp?
This is Ali Samuel calling from Logan Town.
Go Ali.
Yeah, I have a few recommendations for the new government. Yeah, one is that we want to appeal to the new government to pay attention to the labor sector. You know, many of our brothers, they are working, like today's Indian people, businesses, these other people, these foreigners, we are treating them. And we are seeing that this government is silent about it. They are not paying them. And they even treat them. Sometimes when you go there, you see how they talk to our Liberian brothers. They curse them, they curse their mothers, they curse their family. They are treating them. But this government, or most of the government that come, they always keep silent regarding all our brothers who are working with the foreign or business people. That's my first recommendation. The second one is that we want for the new government to pay attention to the security sector. Because today you see Liberia, you cannot work free. You working the Zugos, there are many. There are many because this government pay less attention to those disadvantaged youth. So we are appealing to the new government to pay attention to the security area so that they can hold some of our brothers and the caring for rehabilitation. And the last one is that we are appealing, we have our organization, we are appealing to the CEO to help us, to help young people, at least so that we can establish an organization or institution that where we can be working, also have things for our family. Let them pay attention to the youth. Because the youth, we have so many. Many have graduated from high school or the university, but they are not working to put food on the table of their family. So we are appealing to the new government not to forget about that. Thank you.
Okay, that was so much. Thank you. Thank you all so much for putting forth your point and those suggestions and your appeal too as well. And so we will definitely take more calls while we await the panelists on the program. Spoon Talk live on your radio tonight. And so we will definitely take more. Okay, so I noticed that there's an issue with the other WhatsApp number. So let me give an alternative. Uh, all these numbers are my numbers. So don't call them when I'm on the radio, please. That's the fear I have now. I want people to participate. No, I want more people to participate, call, and especially for those of you in the diaspora, because most of the time I receive complaints, oh, you're getting a lot of people to talk on the show and all of those things. So I want all of us to have an opportunity while we await the panelists. So if you're having issue with calling the Lone Star number that I pinned there on the WhatsApp, you can call on the Orange too as well. It's also on WhatsApp. Let's see whether that will do, because there's a little issue with the Lone Star WhatsApp. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, because the call is not going through. So just try the orange too as well. While we take local calls too as well. Yeah. So let's take this person.
Hello.
You are live on the radio. Let's hear you.
Hello, good evening to you.
Good evening.
Thank you very much. This is your friend and brother, Mohammed Kane. And I speak to you today from season of 15 on the Gujarat and Parasa Community Radio.
I don't know your song. Your line is so disturbing. That's a
I think it's
bad like oh, like
okay.
somebody is
I think
smoking.
okay. I think the clear, right? My consent it has to be done with the intention of the main policy how to our president elect Ambassador Baga. I think he did well by appointing our good friend and brother was OPC on the 2017. I think to be executive memo. So let me say hello to him and even Senator Johnson and his wife Mother Johnson. You know, Brother Aaron, I always question on the issue on the group of the institution they are unable to. Okay? Because we want them to appeal to the incoming vice president Jeremiah Panko to definitely appoint a very good and faithful person to that institution. So indeed that it should be no more inclusive. If we have there, each and every one of us can be given a space to serve that institution very equally. See it? Because if you look at that institution, but I think I've been calling you off and on to reach there. See it? Because the outgoing executive director, Madam Flor River Shaba, the way in which she treated the institution is a very much battle. Yeah, that's why I'm on record for that. I've been on different platforms, flagging the issue concerning about the group of 77.
Okay.
On our leadership, it is very much disturbing, it is very much painful. The way in which she treated the institution is not correct.
Thank you, my
So
brother.
that's my point to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening. You are live.
How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yes. My name is Emmanuel Johnson. I'm calling from Cape Mount.
Cape Mount?
Yes, sir.
Hey, man. I've been in WhatsApp number for diaspora. I've been there for look. Why you could just go ahead. You're already on.
Okay. What is on my mind this evening is concerning the labor ministry. I don't know. Is it too hard for our people to tell the multinational companies that like when there are specific jobs for Nigerians that can only be afforded to Nigerians? Because there are times some of the companies will come and we notice that they will bring all of their people to the country and they will be doing those kind of jobs like the ones that Nigerians supposed to be doing. So I don't know if they come with that mandate or what. I don't really know.
Hello?
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Are you there?
So that's why that is why it's on my mind this evening. I would like that the government should at least take these things into consideration. They should come and visit these sites so that they can keep
I can barely hear
on
you.
the ground.
I can barely hear you. I don't know what's going on, but I think you were talking about mountain side or so. But I can barely hear you. Okay, so we'll still take more calls. I know it's already it's going up to 9 o'clock. Hello, welcome.
Yes. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah, my name is George P. Morris, calling from my SD Cooper right here.
All right.
Yeah, I have a recommendation to the President-elect Joseph Imam-Bwaka. There are a lot of government officials on a job we are retaining. And let him be careful in retaining some of you guys. Because some of them are very desperate. Some of them already saw the administration of Georgia, and some of them finding their way to Joseph Braga. Some of them going to Prince Johnson Church, some of them going to Joseph Imam Braga Church. When they started going to those places. So my recommendation to Joseph Imam Braga, President-elect,
before he retains some of those guys. Let the errors they are appointed. Let the error be audited before they can retain them. Or else, the government that people will begin to cry, just how we started to cry during honor this President George reactors. So that's my recommendation to me. And I hope other people are listening. And some of the recommendations we are making on the radio, I hope they are listening. So they can adhere to some of those recommendations and act upon it. So that's my contribution.
Thank you all so much for putting forth your contribution. It's welcoming. Let's take another person from this side. Hello, welcome.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Is it soon?
Go ahead.
All right. It's Ali Kamara from the Japan Freeway. Japan Freeway. This is Ali Kamara from Japan Freeway. Okay. My recommendation here to you is this. I'm asking our leaders, the leaders are coming on board now. My recommendation here, let him check MCC, Moral City Corporation. Check in.
Hello?
We have credible, if got person, MCC, Moral City Corporation, credible person, it's in my heart to never tell you. And let him check in the good. They got one man that they call him A.B. Daniel. A.B. Daniel. If they get A.B. Daniel to put in MCC, Moral City Corporation, it will do a better job over there. But even though we eat a farm share, you don't know whether they call it can do good job, sharpen good, and lay it down near the farm. If you have good breast on that farm, it means nothing. That color it can do nothing for you. This is my recommendation to tell you this evening, even during the day, you're working. That it be Ghana, it be not anything, nothing better can go on. You know much about MCC. You know much about MCC. You see all the data flowing around in Morovia today. I'm telling you, I'm a crowd 1 hour. I'm talking it loud. Everybody hear me. Who know about me in MCC? They will tell you. That man not on board. Forget it. The whole thing. So this is my recommendation to tell you. Don't talk. Let the gentleman dealer here clear line.
Okay, I think that's okay now. You already heard that. Let's take this person. We got 9 minutes to go. Mr. Dwalu is already in the back. Let me see if I can bring him on. Hello, Mr.
What's up, Chief? What's going on?
Welcome. Let's hear you.
Not too bad. Let's take the call. Let's talk to our people, my man.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for yes. This is hard to my thing, brother. Let me know. One big kind of this. Abu calling from Balaswa. Came up with the blind people to come. I calling from Power Party. You know, my brother. Last night, still on the video. I was just laughing. Artists coming on the platform, and that one makes me to be the picture in every place. I was shocked. And I tell you, I listen to somebody or Sekou Sekou on the platform. Sekou Sekou, are you kidding me? That today you know something talk for you?
Hello? Oh, we drop off the line. The calls are too much. So you want to sometimes push you off the line. Hello, welcome.
Hello, this is a mobile calling from Chicota.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, it's something that I want to tell you people in the government. It's about the blind. The blind people carrying the children to beg. And the children who call the street will become the same when they grow and the blind people are older or not there. The children will use to that begging will create problems. I'm asking if the government that coming can open a school for them only still on Saturday, Sunday, their parents off. I think it would be better for that rest.
Okay, thank you. Let's take this person from the diaspora calling.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome. Hello, welcome. You are live.
Hello.
Yeah, you are live. Go ahead.
Yeah, listen, what's on my mind is the land issue in Liberia.
Mm-hmm.
The land issue, people are selling land that not belong to them. I'm speaking to you from Minnesota. I bought a land in Tinker Village, and I have 2D for that place. So I'm just asking the Ministry of Lands and Mine to investigate these people who are selling land to make sure they are selling the appropriate land. Because this is bringing serious confusion in Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's a valid point. That's a very valid point there. Now, Major Tingo Vele Pins in there, but anyway, I didn't miss a dwell with tell more about that. uh, Let me take the expression here. We'll do this up to 9 o'clock. We got about 6 minutes to do it. Then we'll... Hello, welcome.
This is Abdurrahman Ali Family calling from Kowe.
Okay.
Yeah. How are you doing?
Hello, you're live. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the show. Yeah, my recommendation is that a new government that's coming, we want to appeal to Joseph Juma Boakai not to forget about the youth. Yeah, the youth, because the youth are very important. And the second one also, I have an appeal to the panelists of Mr. Waterspoon, Eugene Facon, and the rest of...
Hello. Oh, you drop off.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Hello, welcome.
Yeah, okay. Is that true?
Hello?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello? Yeah, George Mova for GSA will give it Rahul community.
Go ahead, Moba.
Yeah, on my mom, yeah, thank you very much for this wonderful program this afternoon. Well, on my mom, I just want to appreciate the school network that hard working. But on my mom, I just want to tell the incoming president, President Joseph Boakai, it's on my mom, but we the youth, we go from high school, we went to trade school, learn a lot of things. We will not say, I apologize to him. So work on a whosoever official they are coming in power. Yeah, they take care of the people. I not say. They like to pick and choose. They cannot go to trade school. The family members do not employ them because we don't want to go to trade school. They are all takes. They set it down. When they put out go to trade school, they employ there. They go there and get money because they just let see. But they need to get the people. They need to get the people. They say see the great America. They say see you that get people make you. The marshal today, the president, just about one going and say people made that marshal. So I just want to apologize to incoming president Joseph Boakai to take care of the people and let them get document before they get deployed. Please, school network. Here's my message. I try to do the incoming president Joseph Boakai. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you ever so much. That you was. It sounded so powerful. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. Hello? What's going on?
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Okay, that's why my name is Deru Ahmad and I come from the 3.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My mind has gone back to yesterday program. Did I hear Sekou saying he was sick? He can normally travel to for treatment. Last night when Sekou said,
hello? Yeah, sir. Just hold on. You're not live yet. Just hold on. I think you're live now. Welcome.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Oh, yes, I went off.
Our Liberian people, we
Okay.
need to leave corruption and be honest to our very self. Uh, this incoming president, coming in, President-elect Joseph Boakai, he got a lot of things to work on. But our Liberian people, we tired with foreigners being in our country, be leading over everything. Let Liberians be honest to them very selves so that they can make that country to love one another and be able to do things in our country and start be begging and be honor foreigner while our resources going to different country. In Ghana, when you get a gas station, I don't care you come from where, America or where, they make Ghanaian to be manager. Why is it Liberian let all the foreigners to be leaders in our country over our hospitals, over our banks and other things? We have to be honest to our very self. This is what on my mind.
Okay. Thank you all so much. And let's see if we can take the final one here. And this final one will be from the. Let me see. This final one here will be from the diaspora. This person, hello, welcome. Hello, hello, are you there?
Hello.
Yes. Finally, let's hear you. Hello.
Hello, how are you? Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you now. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Good evening to you and hello, Brother Dwalu. This is Mo Katamba calling from England. What I want to say here, brother, is I'm really appealing to the government, the incoming government. There is a lot of drugs in Monrovia today, kuch. You know, this kind of drug that you find around in Monrovia, they call it kuch. You know, it's destroying a lot of, young people in Monrovia today. I want the government to ban all these type of drugs, scattering around Monrovia. Everywhere you go in Monrovia, people, you find children and young girls, they are all smoking this kuch. You know, it's causing life, and the kuch is continuing to destroy our people in Liberia. I want the incoming government to ban all these drugs around the country. The second point is I want to buttress what this girl was saying. I want all Liberians to get involved. Most of the businesses in Liberia, they have been overtaken by the foreigner. So I want the government to give the Liberian people the chance. Give them the job. Give them the opportunity. Don't allow foreigners to come and take over everything in the country. It's not good. So these are my points I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all so much. And that ends it. We did a entire hour of the calls here, and so that ends it. And so, Mr. Dwalu, welcome again.
Yeah, Mr. Kabong. Aaron, thank you for the calls. Thank you for taking a lot of calls. It is always good to hear from our people. My intention, I will still get to that point because you guys are not here yet, but I want to address something very quickly. And I have 3 or 4 people who's reached out to me. They've made their argument. They say, "Oh, Mr. Dwalu, ask question, and your questions have the intention to embarrass people." My sister, or I don't know what is the man or woman's name, Raquel Johnson, I think it's used back and forth. She said, "Oh, Dwalu ask like he knows." In Liberia, there was this thing where when somebody tried to achieve excellence, we are quick to shut that person down and say, "Oh, the person acting that they know more, they know more." Listen, okay, all right. If my questioning makes you feel less than, I'm sorry, I cannot help you. Okay, I am not going to diminish myself so you can feel important. I'm going to ask my question. My intention is not to act like I know more. I'm asking my question to get answers for the Liberian people. But we will ask those poignant questions, whether it embarrasses somebody or not. Questioning should not embarrass anybody. It has an intention to get answers. And I will say this to my sister, I believe Raquel, I think it's a woman's name, Raquel Johnson. I'm going to say this to you, my sister. Please don't feel less than. This is not my intention. All I'm going to ask you for is if you believe you have a better counterpoint to what I'm proposing, please write about it, talk about it. We will listen to you. I
Are you
know
being confronted?
At no point in time would I ever suggest or any circumstance that I'm better than anybody. My intention here is to make Liberia better. The reason why we are stuck in this place of nothingness is because for a very long time we tried to pacify people. We tried to appease people. Oh, that a female, that a people think. Oh, listen, the people thing has gotten us nowhere. If you hold a position in government, you are answerable to the people. If our answers, if our requests or our questions make you feel less than, we cannot help you with that. And another thing I'm going to cover here today is this. Look, listen, not every single statement we make here covers the totality of the issue that is being discussed. If I tell you, if somebody send me an email today, I mean a text message, if I tell you, say, listen, where you stand as a young man would determine where you sit as an old man. It doesn't mean I hate every old person. If I say we have to do better as a society, in other certain behaviors in your community, you cannot do them, that doesn't mean I don't have empathy for what you're going through in Liberia. I understand Liberia. I understand the conditions in the country. But if those conditions making you do certain things that's going to disadvantage you and your children, we talk about them. We are not going to force you to change them, but we are going to make recommendations to you. So listen, having your daughters go out to do Hopojo work so they can bring food money home because you say the conditions are hard, it has a negative effect on society, even you yourselves. Just because we talk about it, it doesn't mean we hate Hopojos. If we tell you young men snatching person in the streets or one man taking government money and building his mansion while we have half the county of Bapulu County is not getting educated, we don't hate that young man. We hate his actions of taking government resources for him and his family while the entire county continues to rot. Understand the distinction, my people. Let's stop this little thinking. We don't have the time to cover every single angle on everything we discuss here. I will discuss a portion of something. It doesn't mean it's the totality of the issue or the entirety of that issue. But what email is to bring it forward. We can talk about it and we can expand it. We can tweak it. The aim is singular to make Liberia better. To make Liberia better. And for me, I will be relenting on this portion to make Liberia better. Once again, Mr. Stanton, welcome to the show. Before we start our social program, you all suit up. I didn't go to church today. We got heavy snow up here, so I'm going to give it to you.
Yeah, it's kind of too cold, man. But thank God we are here. Duadu thing. I mean, it's good to see you.
Yes,
Snow in, man. I couldn't cook the pan butter yesterday, but I think it's.
But I did online church, I did online church, so let me be clear.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, God is everywhere. I couldn't cook the pan butter yesterday, but the pan butter is boiling right now as we speak. I got some dry fish, and I got I bought it myself though. It was too late to cook. I said I'm going to wait, and I just want to eat something like a water pan butter and just enjoy it. So I'm going to do this show real fast. It's just an hour, 30 minutes program. It's very important. Thank God we have in the Council of Jerome Verdier coming on. We should be having Zopen on also, but we're trying to connect with him. It's a great day. Duadu, Aaron, how you doing?
I'm fine, sir.
Yes, sir. Aaron Kuben, the Aaron Kuben man, my own travel employee, but we'll manage with him.
But Stanton, we gotta cover our social issues.
I didn't know.
Go ahead, bring it forth, brother. You can start it. Bring it.
Yes, I have a social issue for the day. Actually, a female reached out to me today. He said, "Oh, Opa, you don't know me, but I know your sister. But something happened in the country, and I got to talk about it." And I thought about it for a while, and it's important. Aaron and refusing better in Liberia. Aaron, let me talk about him. Relax.
Aaron, as you know, I think you didn't put Kuban there.
Hey, I'm
So
Aaron them.
Yeah.
So what happening is in our society, we have issues in the country. I know the country is difficult, but the issue of refusing better, I would tussle and tussle. Young woman, if you're listening, you see you're going to listen to the show today, and I tell you I will bring this thing up. Look, you got to stick around with one person so that better can be for one person. But by the same token, if you give an appearance in the community that you are not around one person, most men, they're actually going to coil away from you if you become pregnant. You have to understand the way men talk.
I'm sorry, Eduardo. Aaron, can you turn the phone off? Those phone is having some interference. Turn them off. Go ahead, Mr. Eduardo.
Yeah, in the community, the refusal of better, we know how high it is. There's a lot of single moms in Liberia, but we know singularly they did not make them better by themselves. But we also have to talk to because she and I had a conversation. And also, listen, there are some girls, they sex for money. And if a person pays money for sex, the person is not going to be expected to be a father to that child because their intention will not to become a father. But by the same token, if you got your one boyfriend, if he's going to refuse that better, that's an issue for our community. Now, I'm not going to ask you here, say I know the answer to this, but I'm bringing this forward because it's an issue in Liberia. Aaron can attest to it. He don't want to attest to it, but it's an issue. Aaron, how many better you not refuse? Laughing again.
I haven't.
And I just say you so you do you not better, but you know it's an issue in Liberia.
I got kids.
Yeah, I know you got kids. I just mess with you. So Stenton, you're a B man when you came here. The issue of refusing better in Liberia, how does that impact our society, man?
So let me say this. And you know, some of this discussion try to send me the information before you raise a social issue. You can't surprise us because you put us in a bad terrain.
Okay.
This is very, very sensitive.
Yes.
Yeah. But yes, the issue. Sometimes, man. The women out there, the young girls, the young women, you know, cause this problem. I'm speaking generally.
Yeah.
Some of them, they are good people. You know, the young man made a mistake, you know, having fun, things happen.
Yeah.
You also know the fear. You can't go tell your man that thing. You can't go tell your pa that thing. And, you know, you got to reach out to your B brother, your B sister. They got to find a way for the story to come out. And when especially you are now hustling to be bringing in lating, so that's a double trouble. Then you start losing weight. You start worrying. The guests start worrying. You know, all these little things. We are talking about from a good family. But let's face it now. So they get they get 2, 3 boyfriends. They're confused. They don't know which one of the boyfriend responsible for that pregnancy. It's not like you can go into the Rite Aid pharmacy. You can go into the Walgreens pharmacy, and get a pregnancy test, right? You can do it. They can just go ahead and do a pregnancy test. It's easy. So in Liberia, the man will be living your own with God. And you know our crew woman there. The first thing they'll tell you, you get sister or opa. You get sister. Once you get it, if for you. Put us in that situation. Duado. You get your Oma, you get your older sister telling you, you get sister. You get sister. You want somebody doing it to your sister. They have concluded that is for you. You have been charged even before you have been accused. So that's the situation we find ourselves in.
Yeah.
So it is complicated, but this is what I think we should do. Educate our young men and our young women. Educate them the best way we can. When they go into the hospital, advise them. And also, it's the country problem.
Yeah.
You know, the poverty rate. The girl got to hustle here and a hustle there, and things happen. I know this guy. I'm not going to call name.
Yeah.
The girl was up and I said, "Oh, the pregnancy not for you. They better not for you. When you putting it better on you, they think not for you." My man, the guy was hustling. It was rough. You know how it is during the wartime. The guy called his brother, called the girl's sister. They sat down, they talked. The girl be done. The pregnancy not for you. Every should have man yell.
Yeah.
I mean, God bless the man. The picking coming to America. And when the girl came out and said, "Oh, but I your baby who?" You understand where we're coming from. Then the girl came out and said, "Oh, but you know that thing, I was just scared, but I your baby." But you didn't tell me, say, if for this, if for that, if for the other person. But just because you come to America, now they know that go now open your way. The hustle will be clean. You will get money to send back home.
Let me stop you.
Yeah, stop it. I'm begging you before I talk
about it. There are a lot of cases where Dwalu comes to America and Dwalu believes he got 3 children back home. Next thing you know, time for the training to come. 2 of the training up for me. It happens a lot. I know a few stories here that is actually happening to his broken men. Look, we bring this topic up for people to make the sentence say better decisions, especially for young women. If you are not monogamous, if you're not just living with one person, there is a possibility that I think it'll be for anybody.
Dwalu,
Yeah.
somebody say that your own story is CEO.
That I remember we on it. No, but we talk about
To
these
be
things.
fair, it happened because you know what? I know some of my friends now here, they did all the paper, everything just to go find out. Then they say, they're not your son. And they messed start crying.
Somebody made that comment just not say on the live.
No, but we know,
That's
we
what
know,
it is.
we are here, we know.
We know.
Dwalu, time to come to America. The man they get there and say, but I was just joking, you know, I was scared. The baby, you know, that your baby. But all this time you said I'm my baby, all the time somebody else been taking care of the child.
Sometimes
Then when you come to America, that child, they've been taking care of that child ever so long. Here you are now talking about, then what next? You have not seen the child. That's what the problem is. You send money. Guess what happened? The day you decide to go do DNA test, you know, actually some of the cleaner them been lying in Liberia. That's why the people change the whole system. Because they will lie and say, yeah, the people prove that are your child, but that's not your child.
That's not a child.
When it comes through the DNA system here in America, they say that's not your child. That's the problem right there. Whether you eat dry rice and your cassava, say that it meant child. Stick with the one boyfriend, and God bless you. You know, you don't know tomorrow. But that's a good conversation, Duadu. If I would go further, I think I would get some people in trouble, including myself. Let me let that one go.
No, we all said with that. I agree with that. The only thing I want to say here is, look, a woman can tell to a substantial extent who actually impregnated her. So at the end of the day, we want a better society. Let's make better decisions, not just one group of people, both men and women. Senator, let me recognize some of my people, man, before you come in for the show here today. I want to recognize my sister Raquel Johnson. Raquel, welcome to the show, girl. Waita M. William, I see Musa Kamara, KW Cole, how are you? Stone White, M. Tofo White, Mr. White, how you doing? I see Glenda Jane Janius. I see Ina Kofi Roberts. I see Precious Satya. I see Masa Hajari. Yeah. I see Precious Satya. I think I said your name already. I see Pearl Campbell. Pearl, I never miss your name for some reason. It's always popping in, not because you're female, but it just pops up. I see my brother. I see Baker Ramsey. I see Tia Size. I see Daniel Paul. I see Michael Noni. I see Patrick Johnson. I see Gloria Dix. I see Romeo Nabil. I see Hill Prince Yalagan. I see Rose Frank, Clarence Pega. Mr. Pega, how you doing out there, Bayo? How's the man Dama in Bali? I see Cynthia Ma. I see Charles J.S. Young. I see Philip Wiki. Went too fast. I see Clara Howard. I see Bernard Massa Quet. I see Mary Wea. I see over here Priest Yalagan. I see Sekou Kamara. Honorable Larry P. Yankwe, how you doing, sir? How are you doing out there? I see Philip Wookie Doe Sr., Clara Way Howard. I think I said in David Bole, James N. Cole, Mr. Sam Zoa out of Cox City. Always with my brother. I can't wait to see you when I come out there. I see Boyman Pass Away, Mr. Pass Away, George Bacon. I see Junior Poto over here. I see Lawrence Butlers. I see Beatrice Pupo. I see Sam Pupo. I see Randolph Harris. I see Mauricine Kennedy, Christiana Kojo, Abu Kamara. I see Ali Limpa Kwarash. I see Gamen Kesali, Jacob Blokon. I see Louis Gabon. Mr. Gabon, what's going on, my brother? Man Fatah Sekou Kane. Over here, Cyrus J. Williams Sr. How are you doing, sir? I see Aretha Say. I see Aretha Momo. I see, let me go down the line, Yvonne Ayo, Sam CA. The names go very fast on my screen, so I have to go back and forth to kind of slow it down. So please, I apologize. Zibe Sewa. How are you doing, Samuel Roberts? I see Bailey Richards, Samuel Sankale, Musa Kamara, Dober Jala, Stanley Morba, Muscali, how are you doing? Mayfield Deco, my brother, what's popping up, man? Jacob, Yahweh, Al Bari, everybody, welcome to the show. We have a massive show here today. I see my sister Bernice. Bernice, how are you doing, my sister? I see Charles said, Chloe Taylor Smith. How are you doing? Ibrahim Kamara, Lami Jabate, Mr. Jabate, how are you doing? Esther Zuo, Eugene Williams, Christopher Ken Sr., Josephine Toze, Alex Bo, Osomani Obe Ba. How are you doing, my brother? My sister Cleo Madia Clark. Miss Clark, how are you doing? Everybody, the Bernice, Charlie, Yowala Jala. Oh, yeah. What's going on? Stanton, over to you, brother.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Mr. Duado and the peoples. Duado and the peoples. We want to say thank you very much, folks. We're about to have a very, very interesting program. Again, the first guest tonight is Mr. Consular Jerome Verdier. You understand Jerome work in the United States. He always speak about what he does. It is very, very important for you to listen today. You know, we are going to have a pointed conversation, question directly. Listen, would there be another sanction? What's going on with this line of sanction? National issues. What's going on? I mean, want to ask Jerome exactly. He been working with this group here in America. They've been doing extremely well. But each time, if this counselor speak, something happened. Jefferson Koji, Samuel Twe, government officials, and that which is to come. The big question remains. After the inauguration, January 22nd, what next for Liberia? Some of those folks, would it just go easy? And let's talk about the way forward of this incoming government, the performances and other issues that we need to discuss tonight. You know, a lot of things happening, a lot of people can't eat their own baby right now, but it's politics though. Somebody told me, say, oh, have you seen the Ben Abe in church? Have you seen the Yeket press conference? Have you seen your brother-in-law press conference? You know, I have never had the time to watch it because I just came from church. But if the guys think it's necessary to discuss it, then that's fine. I'm not too interested, you know, in Yeket press conference, you know, but Yeket got an issue. He called me all the time and he will call me and talk. But I hope that we can have a beautiful show. Fagon will be joining us and the rest of the team will be joining us as we talk to the Councilor Jerome J. Verdier Sr. We'll be having a very interesting conversation. Before Councilor Verdier comes, Mr. Duadu, your take on the whole overall.
Look, the first thing I want to say to my brother Jeremiah Jackson in my own country, man, Jerry Dobley Bayo, I want to look, Mr. Verdier is privy to a lot of information that you and I do not have as it relates to the sanction issue. So every time he speaks, I listen because I know there are a lot of information he's bringing. Low Stanton, as it relates to the issue of the sanctions, I don't think they've already exhausted the amount of sanctions that will be brought on Liberian government officials, given what we have seen in the country. We know, first of all, President Weah cannot escape the dry neck of these sanctions because he's at the top. He orchestrated everything that is happening in the country. He sanctioned everything that happened in the country. So Mr. Verdier will continue. There's a lot of work. Remember the last time he was here, he said he has a chart, and this chart is being picked at. So there's a lot of people on this chart. So we know it's a lot of information, giving how the monies were distributed. I don't know if you saw the U.S. response today as it relates to the road fund that we just discussed on our show yesterday with my brother on Satu. As it relates to the road fund, the American citizens, we did not give Samuel to a permission to take the road fund and use it for other purposes. We would never do that. And I want to add this there. Because Samuel Toy used the almost $25 million from the road fund, Liberia forfeited $15 million additional money from the road fund. So the Americans were actually willing to do the MCC grant to add an additional $15 million on that $25 million to pave more roads in Liberia. But because Samuel Toy took that money away from the road fund illegally, because there was no permission from the legislature, he said, oh, I spoke to a few senators and they told me to do this. I spoke to the Germans and the Germans told me, I'm going to do it just one time. Oh, a smooth spring. So we know there's a lot more coming. Samuel 12 knows a whole lot more than he's supposed to. President and Joseph Boakai, I mean, after 2020, I mean, after the 2nd of January, has a lot of work to do. And we can't all wait to see what he does because Liberians must get some answers. Yeah.
I mean, I'm concerned. A lot of people waiting. You know, people say, "Well, but you have a year to the presidency." When it comes to the new government, you know, lawmakers you can reach to, the vice president elect you can reach to. But I'll say this though: election is over for now. The Liberian people are eager because the expectation is so high. So as you said, the embassy report that came out was June 16, 2022.
Yep.
All right, it was June 16, 2022. So the road fund issue is a big, massive corruption that took place. So we couldn't sit here with asking the high question yesterday when we had Boniface Satu. I mean, we were fair with the brother yesterday. We needed to ask the question. It's no friendship. If you're my friend, you're my family member, you want to come and have conversation, join us. But we will not sit here and just make you feel so comfortable while the Liberian people, you know, trying to get an answer. On this note, we are pleased because we're waiting for the rest of the guys. But again, we're going to bring in the Councillor Jerome Verdia. Councillor Jerome, welcome to the Spoon Talk again. Good to see you. Can you unmute?
Thank you, my brother. It's good to be here. And Eduardo?
How you doing, sir?
Good evening, sir.
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I heard Eduardo. I'm hearing you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think you got something in the back. Can you lower it, please? We're hearing ourselves.
Are you getting feedback?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
All right, we good. Yes, we good. Thank you very much. It's good to have you, man. Like every day we here having Spoon Talk. We want to say it's good to have you. We're so glad that you are our, you know, we can reach out to you, and once available, you say, yeah, I am. Liberians are concerned. I'm going to jump right into it because my pan butter in the next 30 minutes will be ready. I'm eating it with parboiled rice and a little cassava on the side. You know, folks, you can join me. It's very, very watery pan butter with beta boy in it, by the way. So it's a good Sunday for me. Yeah. So you know, I need to eat that.
Pan butter on Sunday?
Yeah, I decided to do this yesterday, but I couldn't because it was late when we got off the show. So I'm breaking the normal, you know, the way in which we were brought up. I'm going to cook a pan butter on Sunday, and it's boiling, put on the low steam cook. You know, it got a bitter boy in it. I split the bitter boy in four, by the way. I drop it in it with some hot pepper. I just caught it one time. Huh?
Are you cooking?
It's cooking. Doesn't matter who cooking right now.
It's pretty bitter boy all. You don't go get it.
Yeah, man.
You reminded me of my old man. He loved to cook pan butters on Sundays and holidays.
Yeah, they one part really well. I say, you know what? I need to eat pan butter this week, and with everything, the chicken feet in it and making it look better. You know, I don't know why the people decide to bring chicken feet, but chicken feet is the best. Councillor, let's leave the cooking thing. You know the reason why I'm talking about this? I cook my pan butter, then Fagon say, "Oh man, send me some." I'm an expert pan butter to you. Fagon got all the Ghana women that coming to your house to cook. You know he's a single man, right? He got all the Ghana women coming to his house to cook. And I asked Fagon, I'm on the phone with Fagon. Let me say the councillor because you're not stranger on Spoon Talk, so I can say this. I asked Fagon, why you not bringing in Liberian women to cook? They may say, "Oh man, I've been living in Ghana. The Ghana women are the best. They come and help me clean out the house and cook for me." I said, "Fagon, Ghana women cooking for you, man. You are not too far from Ghana trouble." But you know, he said, "Send me some food." I can't, Fagon. One thing I cannot do when I cook or my wife cook, I cannot share my food. If you come visit me, that's fine.
Okay.
But for me to put something in the bowl and say that make you no, I cannot do that. It's against my religion. I'm serious. It's against my religion.
What a Baptist. What a Baptist.
Yeah, but yeah, against my religion. So welcome to the show, Fagon.
Paraguay is disappointed.
You know, I like the way you put it. Very disappointed that Stanton was saying, Fagon say, Ghana women are the best.
Can you imagine? I was shaking my
But I
head when I
gotta bring
heard
a
that.
clean your house and cook for you. What you mean? I gotta
Now, what
say
made
it.
them the best?
But why you gonna let Ghana women come over and cook for you and clean your house? Why?
Where? Where did this happen?
In your house, in Tennessee.
You know, when people call me today, they say, you can't call about there with your man today.
The I know he there with you too.
No, I'm not there. You a brother-in-law.
I worry about your camera.
But the idea that you promoted me as a single guy is a nice thing. No, because I don't want
You know, I'm not gonna do it again. You got Ghana woman living with you. I forgot.
now you not change the topic. Playbook come and ask me. They say you are living in one woman basement. They say you living in one woman house. Now you not add to it that Ghana woman living in my house. Sometimes, you know, Counselor, sometimes I wonder if I was to go to court, what would the judge say to me? He would probably ask me which one of your cases I should look at. The one you living in Kev basement, the one you living with Kev, the one you living in our woman house, the one the Ghana boy living in your house, the one you told Joria women, woman for him. Which one? And I would just say the one that Dwalu gave me.
Oh, you put it to Dwalu? Josh will ask you who's your best friend. When you call your best friend, the one your best friend will say that one the Josh will take.
It certainly will not be Stanton. I can guarantee you that one.
I would tell you all the way. Woo! Counselor, welcome to the Spoon Talk, man. Listen, I had a lot of information coming up. Let's have some very easy, frank conversation for the next hour, 30 minutes. It's going to be 5, 6 o'clock. We're out of here. But Counselor, talk to us. Give us your intro. What's going on internationally when it comes to all these many sanctions or who will be sanctioned as folks before or after the inauguration? What's your take?
Well, firstly, as you know, we have to give God the glory for preserving our state. And I'd like to extend Happy New Year to you, my colleagues here, and to the Liberian people. Not forgetting my darling and beautiful wife who supports me and all of that. But sanctions have to come at a very critical stage of our country. Our nation is about to transition. You know, the Liberian project has been on for a long time and it's been having problems. We haven't gotten it right. And the Americans have decided and have continued to partner with Liberians to get it straight. And we've realized that there are twin evils of Liberia: corruption and impunity. And the solution to them is justice and accountability. And sanctions is the way to justice and accountability. During Madame Serif's tenure, there were good news. And then right after Madame Serif, everything is reversed. Now we are about to have His Excellency Joseph N. Boyka in power. We don't want anything to be reversed. We want Liberia to be brought back on the course to national development. This is a transitional regime, and we want everything to be done properly, everything to be settled. The issues of corruption and impunity should be issues of the past. And that imposes a lot of responsibilities on President Boyka to ensure that there are prosecutions, that the justice component is addressed, and civil society and the U.S., our partners, and everybody who are concerned are not going to rest and take it easy with the incoming government. Their feet will be kept to the fire from day one. Who will be in charge of where issues of corruption will be prioritized, issues of prosecution will be prioritized, and the long line after prosecution, confiscation of stolen wealth, confiscation of unclaimed wealth, a lot of things have to be done. So it is best that it started now, even before the government comes to take seat, so the government can be aware that this is the situation and this is the condition. We have to deal a serious blow to corruption. And the best way to do it is through prosecution and justice. Liberian people have suffered too long after the war, and yet we do not have peace. After the war, we do not have stability. After the war, our people are still very, very poor, all because of corruption. There's wanton neglect of the conditions of our people. And it's not good that one or two persons can amass millions while millions of our citizens suffered. It has to stop. There has to be a point where it stops. And these sanctions that are coming is taking a backward look. Like I said about the Senate pro tem, he was on a sanctions list since 2005, 2006. So there is a look back. And this time the judiciary will not be spared. So corruption of the past, corruption of now, and preventing corruption in the future, these are measures that will be adopted. Ministers, commissioners, head of government entities, dignitaries, and business people as well. Journalists are targeted for sanctions this time because corruption has a wide tentacle, and so because of that, a lot of people will be targeted for sanction this time. It is a last-ditch measure to ensure that we do a deadly blow to corruption. We may not eliminate corruption, yes, but we can have the situation under control, and we can guarantee, and I'm sure that is the conviction of President Boykai, that if anybody is caught in the web, there will be prosecutions. People will be brought to justice. So that's where we are, and we are looking forward to the transition. It will not be interrupted, but we are setting as soon as the process of our transition is on course, sanctions will be imposed.
Let us put things in perspective here again. Let me welcome my brother. Thank God to see you, Fadika. Thanks for your good health as you bouncing back. And Stephen Johnson, it's always good to have you, sir. Counselor, um, when you started this thing, folks, say, well, the counselor, yeah, you know him, he doesn't like me, he hate me. Oh, that counselor over there, he wanted a job, he never had a job. Oh, that counselor over there, the man wish hunting me. But have heated results. Result, like we now you got the new set of sanction, Emmanuel Nukwe, the new set of sanction, Albert Chi, Samuel Twe, Jefferson Koji. But you are taking this now, or the American saying journalists, reporters, the Americans saying they're going through the judicial branch. My question here, please help us understand how deep is this and how important is this? Is sanction now being used as just anything, a common punishment? Can you speak to that? Because some folks within the CDC government think that this is just any punishment. It's not that serious anymore. It have no impact. Can you talk to her about the major impact this thing going to cause Liberians? Those are put place of sanction.
Well, definitely. It's not the Americans are saying, but the Americans are partnering with Liberians, with Liberia, to ensure that these measures, except if people do not agree that corruption is killing our country, corruption is undermining everything good about our country. And so, because of that, things have gone very, very bad. The sanctions go deep. There's a responsibility on the part of the incoming government to ensure that there's credible prosecution of these people who will be sanctions, because it's the product of credible investigation. The facts are there, the evidence are there, and the Liberian government can initiate its own investigation to complement what we have been doing. I will be on the ground to ensure that there will be prosecutions. I will be on the ground to ensure that our team complete investigations in cases where investigations may not have been completed satisfactorily. But we are certain that all has been done, and perpetrators will have to be brought to justice. Sanctions do bite. Until you are sanctioned, you don't know. And trust me, thorough investigations have been going on. There's a reason why there's economic sanctions. There's reasons why there are travel sanctions. Those who are sanctioned are the ones who feel the brunt of the sanctions. They are targeted. It's not sanctioned the entire country. All of us will get to feel a pinch of it, no. And I'd like to emphasize that sanctions are meant to change behaviors and attitude. We cannot continue this endlessly from one government to another. Since 2005, since the entire transitional interim government, all that period, sanctions have been going on. We've been complaining about it. I mean, fraud, corruption has been going on. We've been complaining about it. We've been naming and shaming people. We've been publishing people's names. And it's just escalating. So we realize that there will be a need for new laws, stronger laws in Liberia against corruption. And we are looking forward to the incoming government to cooperate with us on that, to ensure that there are strong, very rigid anti-corruption laws, which include the creation of a fast-track anti-corruption court. That there won't be much delay, the usual delay that goes on in court. No. If you are sanctioned, evidence brought against you, you go to court and exonerate yourself. Otherwise, you face prosecution. And we are praying that Liberia will this time pay heed, that Liberia will cooperate, that the incoming president, His Excellency, will be vigilant. And with the message we are sending is to all of those who are coming in government. Well, gentlemen, be aware that our team is on the ground. Be aware that we single you out. Be aware that if government doesn't prosecute, civil society is going to be pursuing actions against officials of government to ensure that people are accountable. You have corruption, you have impunity. We need accountability and justice to counter those two vices that are eroding the very fabric of our society. And that's where Liberia is. We are down to zero, down to nothing. We are not performing.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vernier. Let me bring in Mr. Duadu, Honorable Fagon, Hussein Fadiga, and our brother Stephen Johnson. Mr. Duadu.
Councillor Vernier, it's always a pleasure to have you on, sir. I want to come in and ask you this question. And Stanton kind of spoke to that very briefly, but I want to dig a little deeper on this issue. From the perspective of most Liberians on the ground, the sanctions mean nothing. The officials are still living the same lifestyle. In fact, most of them are getting elected to the legislature. Some of them are getting government positions. They can still travel outside the country and still have all the amenities that they should not be having. They're living a lush lifestyle in our country. Why should they care about sanctions when they're actually improving their life? If I've heard a sanctioned official say, this is not going to change my life, in the person of Vonnie Sherman, other people say, listen, the sanction, I can still travel to Europe, I can travel to parts of Africa and go see medical treatment abroad. Do you think the Americans are considering in the future to at least tighten this thing where it literally restricts you from traveling anywhere else?
Definitely, but our country has a a pivotal role to play in all of this, and that's where governance comes in, and the attitude of the current government. Government has a leading role to play in ensuring that there's change of attitude, ensuring that there is NIMI and SHIMI regime to hold people accountable, to ensure that if people have illicit wealth, they don't benefit from it. But we had a government that was very, very corrupt and didn't care about accountability. I didn't have any expectation of the past government. If any of you had, well, let's see what it is. But there was no expectation that the government would do any better. And like you said, and I said previously, there will have to be new laws to strengthen the catch on corruption. The U.S. had the evidence and invited the government. If the government says they don't want to do it, what the U.S. will do? There's a limit to where the U.S. can go. And the U.S. now has gone one step further to pass a law that it can enforce these corruption sanctions, especially where American interest is directly involved. That is one step they've gone.
Sure.
And it's up to the Liberian government to complement it with its own actions.
Okay.
And there are international persons in our business, people who are in our corridors, and international law will be brought to bear on them if Liberian law cannot grab them. There's sufficient international laws that will be applied. But let's watch and see. President Boyka will be given the opportunity to flex his muscles. If he fails to, then you see the might of the international community who does not want Liberia to fail anymore.
Thank you. Thank you. Listen, I love the portion, the implication that there is a gradual evolution to this law. So there are more coming, and we love that. But I want to come to my next question and my final question here. You mentioned judges. Now, it gives me great joy knowing that the underlying conditions that have kept this country permanently stuck in its place of nothingness, that we are so ashamed as Liberians, is through the judiciary. They have not performed their duty. Now, I'm not entirely putting it on the judges, but I'll go to the Justice Ministry that are now bringing these charges to actually prosecute these people. But by the same token, when these people go to the courts, Honorable Verdier, a lot of didiba do happen in the courts. And I'm kind of glad that they're trying to include judges now. I want you to tell the Liberian people, what does that mean to the population or to our democracy if judges are being targeted in a way that forces them to rule in accordance with law and stop the inducement that's actually thwarting the laws in our country?
Precisely, Tualu. The judges don't act alone. There are lawyers who are supposed to protect the judiciary, but lawyers are compromised, and they use their position to compromise judges as well. So in that pyramid, the judge is at the top, but there are corrupt lawyers who, like I mentioned, journalists as well, who have been facilitating corruption and bad behavior in the public sector. And it's about time that we straighten up the judiciary. As you said, if we don't get the judiciary right, it's going to be difficult to punish people. So when we speak of justice, we speak of the judicial reform, we speak of cleaning up the judiciary, we speak of what? The Bar Association, the whole process in the courts, how people are prosecuted. So there's I don't want to say gradual, but there will be a major move towards judicial reform coming up very shortly. Lawyers have been discussing it. Lawyers are prepared. Once the new government takes seat, there will be a lot of discussions about that. And then the sanction will only reinforce it and give it some backing. Thank you very much.
All right, back on.
Well, Council, we meet again. Happy New Year to you, and Happy New Year to one of the best students in my class. The intelligentsia, Commander Wisa wrote a piece, and he mentioned that they are members of the intelligentsia, and that made me giggle. And I said, the students are many, for the intelligentsia.
And that's because as members of the intelligentsia, we do a lot of research. But I want to say Happy New Year to you and Happy New Year to your beautiful wife, one of the most astute students in my class who does not, if she was even to fail an exam on the basis of her attendance records, could I give up some extra points, because that's what teachers do in school. If you're always present in class, you cope with the lessons, you're always there for your effort. If you're short in 5 points or so, you can be, and she's one of the best. Stanton, stop shaking your head, because Lawa can be washing their show to wash who coming to accuse you. You know that. And so, now on a much serious note, Council, let me take you to Article 34, I'm sorry, where the legislature, the group that have been plagued, and many of the persons within that body have been sanctioned by a foreign power. That is, it is alleged that they are corrupt. I use the word alleged until they're proven guilty. Article 34 is very specific, and I want to say to you that Article 34E first. Article 34E. The legislature, and this is going to form the basis of my question. The legislature shall have the power to, in E, constitute courts inferior to the Supreme Court, including circuit courts, claims courts, and such other courts with such prescribed jurisdictional powers as may be deemed necessary for the proper administration of justice throughout the Republic. I see every time Liberians talk about the War and Economic Crimes Court, we got laws on the books. Some of the very crimes they have committed, there are laws befitting those crimes that can deal with such, but it's never happened. My first question to you will then be, considering the same Article 34J, quotation, the legislature shall have the power, J, to establish various categories of criminal offenses and provide for the punishment thereof. So we got Article 34E, which we understand now that they can form these courts. We got Article 34J that said they should come up with various categories of criminal offenses, as in the case of what we are pushing every day. While you are on the ground, would you be looking at this constitutional provision, which arms you now with two cardinal things to pursue this objective, given what we now know in the Constitution? Would you not be just investigating, but looking for ways to have these inferior courts with respect to War and Economic Crimes Court, and then to have the legislature run off? Would you be looking at that?
Thank you very much, Honorable Dragon. It was just by oversight. I didn't mention the War and Economic Crime Code, but it is factored into the whole issue of fighting corruption and meting out justice. Yes, definitely. And we expect that His Excellency will prioritize that on his items after he takes office, the establishment of the War and Economic Crimes Code. Like you said, we have said it enough. It's time for action. So apart from advancing investigation, the code has to be established. And I mentioned the corruption code simply because the last legislature, I think 54th, they passed a law that called for the establishment of the corruption code. And in the case of the Economic Crimes Code, there is a law that says all the recommendations of the TRC should be implemented. So that law is already established. And you are precisely on point. The War and Economic Crimes Code will be established. We will advocate for its establishment immediately as the new government takes seats.
Okay, then my second question would be to the effect that this government is coming in at a challenging time. When President Weah took over, he said, we inherited a broke government and a bad economy. Everybody took that and ran with it. I'm sure this government will be mature enough to tell the Liberian people what they're inheriting. However, the establishment of such courts, whether it be War and Economic Crimes Court, as well as all of the things that come along with it, will need financial support from our international partners. I am not confident, and again, I stand to be corrected, that the Liberian government will be in the position in year 1 or year 2 to be able to fund fully all investigations as well as the court. Investigations, you guys spend a lot of money. I know that because I know we've had conversations before. You can't send somebody to grand jury and say, please go do the investigation. No, that money, that place for them to steal and sleep. They pay for the information, all these things. And what would you people do to assist the government in sourcing the much needed finances to be able to carry this out, this operation, and give the Liberian people the much needed justice that they crave every day?
The government only needs to ask, my brother, for assistance. And the goodwill has been there all along, but the government did not exercise the political will to get the process going. And whilst the goodwill may have diminished over time because of Liberia's inherent lack of interest, we still do believe the goodwill is there. The government only needs to make a request, and international community will come in, because the cycle of impunity has to be broken in Liberia. Otherwise, Liberia is not going anywhere. Government in, government out, corruption, impunity, injustices, human rights violations will just continue. And once there's impunity, there's no way to guarantee the protection of rights, the protection of national resources. So that is where we are. The goodwill has always been there, Honorable Falcon, but we haven't exercised or taken advantage of the goodwill of the international community. So at this point, the Liberian government only needs to make a request and itemize the request, and that's where expertise come in. What sort of request it is? What is the request targeting? What do we want to achieve? The global community already knows what we need to achieve, but we have to programmatize that possibility so that Liberia can get some benefits out of the whole process, ensure that the judicial system is streamlined to the point of being effective. We have a stable Supreme Court that has been for a good while. We need investigations. The recommendations are there. The recommendations have not been touched. And now domestically, there's a need for a corruption court. The law has been passed, but there's no action taken to create the corruption court. And whilst the corruption court is looking at current corruption issues, the economic crimes court will look in the past and at current issues as well. So we just have to feel sorry for our country and make sure we put our country back on the proper footing. Realign Liberia with her divine destiny to lead this dark continent, which has been dark for too long. After the coup in 1980, we suffered 40 years in transition, 40 years in the wilderness. And now we can see light at the end of the tunnel with the election of Honorable Joseph and Boakai. Let's capitalize on this moment. Let's bring Liberia back on even keel. Let's bring Liberia back on the transition to normalcy. We've been in transition for just too long. 43 years is now going to another 6, for almost 50 years of transition. It needs to end. And it has to end with a lot of rigidity. People have to go to jail so that the bad behavior can change. People have to be held accountable for what you say, for what you do, and the systems that you institute that undermines the progress of the state. Look at the state of our children. Look at the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Funds was given for the so-called Zogos. What happened to it? Look at the Ministry of Health. 30 million for pre-maternity treatment and care. What happened to it? Just like that. So we are all ashamed that our country is this way. Nothing seems to be working in Liberia.
every million disappear into pockets and nothing happens. So impunity continues. But it has to
Well,
stop. And we are hoping and we are going to fight to make sure that the buck stops with Honorable Joseph Boykai. It doesn't go further than that regime.
Thank you, Council. I'm sure it was Fadiga, but Fadiga?
welcome, my sister Fatu. Fatu, welcome to the show, Mama.
Thank you so much, Opa. Appreciate it.
Counselor, I haven't seen you for a while. We need to catch up. But it's nice
Definitely.
to have you
Now
here.
that you are on your feet.
Yeah. A lot of things running through my mind. You've been one of the strong proponent of war and economic crime court in Liberia. We all know this culture of impunity is one of the main problem in Liberia. In America, they say you do the crime, you do the time, but people have not been held accountable for crimes committed, whether it's economic or something. I will tell you this brief story, and then I'll just get to the question. A few weeks ago, when I was in Liberia, a friend of mine was elected. So apparently, they have. We used to have this professional juror where they just move jewelry around, or one juror just kind of recycle. But I see now they are sending letters to professional at different ministries, and they are called. And a friend of mine happened to be one of those selected. One of the things that I gathered, the person didn't tell me what was the case, but was people are not showing up in court when they're supposed to, lawyers not showing up, people just not coming, they'll go and spend all day there, and nobody was doing nothing, and nobody was being held accountable. So day in, day out, they would just leave from work, go sit down to the court, and the defendant would not appear, lawyer would not appear, nobody would appear, and just go on for week and week and week. The reason why I'm mentioning this story is that in order for us to prevent these things, one, we need more pressure, I think, and we need to hold people accountable. But one of the reasons people are not being held accountable is the issue of the rule of law enforcement. How can we ensure that law enforcement work with the judiciary system to make sure that there is no interference? Because that's another thing that you see. Certain people are above the law. They cannot be held accountable for crimes. Really similar crimes. You see people rape people, children. They go to court. They kind of fix the case. Things happen. Different things. How can JMB administration ensure that law enforcement and the judiciary system work in harmony so that there is no interference, so that we'll be able to help hold people accountable? That's my first question.
Thank
Just
you so much.
recommendation. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Fatiga, and it's good to see you also. The problem with the judiciary being slow is not just the problem of the court itself. The lawyers are party to all of that. We drag cases, we undermine the rule of law, we insist that we should have our way, even if we have a bad case. We want to win all the time, and then we influence the judges and all of that. And all of those undermine the rule of law. But a government that is determined to ensure that there is to ensure that there is a credible rule of law regime in the country, the political will has to be there. The government, especially the chief executive, will have to make sure he is not part of the corruption, that his officers, his advisors, his Ministry of Justice people are not peddling with justice. Justice should not be for sale. Justice should be available to everybody equally. In the case of Liberia, I know that lawyers are part of that, and the Bar Association, and this is the new regime, and that's why we are targeting lawyers now who have deliberately, peddled justice in the country, and that goes down also to lawyers. This is where the Bar Association comes in. Everybody has to put their hands on deck and make sure that this experiment works this time on His Excellency Joseph N. Boakai. We need integrity. Our integrity institutions have to be watchdogs.
If we depend on officials alone, the system will collapse. Civil society has to be very active, and that is the role we are going to be playing. We've done it before, we're going to do it again. Be very active, holding government officials to their feet. Lawyers are gearing up to make sure that this happens, and there's a determination to make sure that we'll not be waiting for the Ministry of Justice to take people to court. Civil society will be taking officials and corrupt officials to court, holding people accountable to account for their actions, to account for their decisions, and to account for their misdeeds. So it's a collective effort that we will not leave to government alone. Left to government alone, I don't think we'll achieve anything. All of us in civil society will have to be vocal. We have to speak out. We have to identify the ills. We have to identify the problems and then pursue solutions.
So, Councillor, you mentioned about lawyer. Honestly, I have 2 lawyers in Liberia actually that ate my money. You'll be surprised. it sounds funny, but seriously, these guys are very quick to eat money.
And it's not strange.
They will eat your money and you will be running after them, and you might even have to write your own paperwork and do things. And it's so funny. And I feel helpless that people that I went to actually ate my money and it just turned me around. Can the bar do something? Can there be disbarred? Are there ethical review boards that can review these cases? And how possible is even getting all these guys are taken away from the job? Because I see lawyers actually eating huge. Mine was not too much at me, but eating a lot of money from other people, and nothing come about it.
No, something can be done. It's just that, and those are part of the reforms we are considering the judicial system, to expose the mechanisms that are available to clientele that have been disadvantaged by lawyers. The mechanism is there. Lawyers have been prosecuted. Lawyers have been disbarred. Recently, there were disbarment of judges. Have anybody heard of Michael Jones? He's one very prominent lawyer who was disbarred because he ate his client's money. And I know that client. That client was a pastor in my church. And Michael Jones was part of that church. And when he ate the guy's money, he boasted about it. The guy said, but Councillor Jones, I pay you everything, so my money should have come to me in one piece. And my family had invested in this case. And you did well. We won the case, and the money is here. It's ours, not yours. You have been paid in full. And he didn't care. And the guy, being a pastor, he knew there was a way out to get redress. And he explored as far as the Supreme Court. And when he got to the Supreme Court, Councillor Michael Jones, I think his demise now, peace be to his ashes. He was disbarred from practicing law, and I think that led to his demise. You know, and it's been happening every now and then, but one of the problems we have in Liberia, we do not test the court. We just don't trust the court system, and so we just ignore the practice. We say, oh, nothing will come out of it. No, something will come out of it if we put judges to test, and that's where civil society comes in too, to monitor how judges respond to cases that are brought before them. It is very, very crucial. We should test the courts. Take your case, take your matter to the court. If you are not satisfied downstairs, go up to the Supreme Court and talk to the clerk. You don't even have to see a justice. You may not even see a justice of the Supreme Court at your first visit. Just ask for the clerk and say, this is the situation, what do I do? The clerk will give you forms. The clerk will give you phone number. The clerk will tell you who to go to. And speedily, you will find your matter will be addressed before the full bench of the Supreme Court. Ethical issues are addressed by the full bench. That's how important it is. You know, as soon as a little committee can come and find out that your story is right, and there's evidence of ethical and digressions by a lawyer, speedily, the Supreme Court gets on it, and then sentences are imposed with speed. And justices of the Supreme Court are mindful not to interfere with those processes, because that's where the confidence of our people in the judicial system comes in. And so those are some of the reforms that we are considering with the bar. I've been discussing with some lawyers. It has to be speedy, it has to be transparent, and the processes should be very clear so that everybody can benefit from a transparent and judicial system.
How are you, Councilor Verde? Happy New Year.
Thank you, my brother.
Good to see you.
Happy New Year.
Good
I've
to
been
see you
watching
again.
you from the back. Okay.
Yeah, good to see you again. So my question has to do more with, over the years we've seen, excuse me, we've seen the fight against corruption being transferred, so to speak, to the US, especially in terms of sanction. The direct victims of these action by those being sanctioned by the US are the Liberian people. But one of the things we don't see is that internal regime that is within Liberia locally to deal with those issues. Because what it appears like that those who are being sanctioned are in fact the one who are controlling to an extent the Commonwealth, and so it makes the fight against corruption pretty much difficult. What could be done differently in terms of our ability as a country to not just wait for the US to sanction people, but have our own internal regimes that will essentially track corruption, investigate corruption, and prosecute, and to the extent where applicable, sentence people? With the last time we saw a corruption case being prosecuted, even though it was a kangaroo process, was in 1980, and many persons died on the pool because they were accused of being corrupt. What kind of 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 momentum or in the fight against corruption do you expect to see from the new administration?
Thank you very much. I don't know what the new administration is thinking, and I don't know what their expectations are, but we do expect much from His Excellency because the lack of political will has undermined Liberia's position to partner with the US in fighting corruption in Liberia. And coupled with that, and normally I don't say it loud, but I've said it many times in different quarters, even to the incoming government, that look, there is no corruption law in Liberia. If you agree that you will pass this into law, I can begin the process of writing an anti-corruption law for Liberia, a comprehensive one that will make enforcement even easier. What we have been doing all along, Steve, is just to rely on the criminal code. And corruption is way beyond just stealing. Corruption starts at the very beginning when it comes to policies, mechanisms within institutions, offices, or structures. That's where corruption starts. Disposition to how you think and how you guide the process to avoid corruption. But most of the time, we are alarmed only when the act has taken place. And that is very, very unfortunate. The criminal code is not enough to fight corruption. We use it for now. That's why we are calling for the establishment of the corruption code. The corruption code will be guided by a set of corruption laws. And thank God, under the previous government, as an attempt to remove the RACC, there was a clause that a corruption code would be created. And fortunately, it was passed into law, but nothing was done about it. I'm expecting Honorable Buckeye to take the lead from there. I would think that members of the RACC that were illegally removed should be replaced and the corruption code should be established so that we can have a regime in place that will tackle corruption. You don't remove people who are tenured because they come up with a very critical report about your officials. And I think if the incoming government is serious, that's where they will start the fight for corruption. Reinstate these people, take their reports, begin to ensure that they are implemented, and then move on the establishment of the corruption code. And we'll be there to assist the government to provide the expertise and resources that will be necessary. At the moment, lawyers are organizing currently just for those processes, and we are coordinating with them. Pretty soon, we'll be announcing ourselves that indeed we are here just for those purposes, and our services are available to the incoming government to ensure that corruption becomes a number one issue for the government. Yes, definitely, there are a lot of things that needs to be done. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Councillor. My second question is, in the decades of the 90s and 2000, early 2000 towards the end of the second term of President Sharif, we witnessed a surge of active civil society organizations, very active. I mean, whether it was the Foundation for International Dignity under Taylor, we saw how very involved the Catholic Justice and Peace. I mean, we have very vibrant civil society organizations, very engaging, speaking on the ills against society, engaging government at every levels of the public bureaucracy. Under the last regime, under the WIA administration, that it disappeared. We did not see any, especially locally, any credible voice, civil society voice locally. We did not see that kind of enthusiasm that we witnessed the years prior in fighting for, in bringing to light some of the ills of society. And one of the things also I like to say in this regard also is how informed are our people, the society, to the extent will vote for people that are being deemed corrupt without any remorse? Is it because many of our people don't have the prior information? Is it because civil society are not engaged with the local community to really explain to them what is happening, or just that people believe that it doesn't matter whether somebody steals, so long that person can offer us handout, can do for our community, we can elect them? What will you describe as the reason behind, one, the disappearance of the civil society organization in Liberia, two, the voting of corrupt people by citizens, and those are my questions.
Thank you very much. And indeed, during the 90s, right after the war, there were massive human rights abuses. And we were part of that generation that came up to ensure that we have a very robust civil society. And under the WIA regime, in my case, I had to leave civil society. Everything I was doing, I went to the TRC. And right after the TRC, I had to run out of the country. So my contribution on the ground diminished to a large extent because of that. In the case of Mr. WIA, just as you said, civil society was underperforming. They didn't seem to be credible enough. And so the donor funding they relied on to carry on their activities dwindled. People weren't confident that they were credible enough. And even from this side, we made a number of intrusions to get civil society active and to partner with them. And it just didn't work. And it is not by mistake that corrupt officials get elected. I spoke to one of the candidates in Riverses, and he told me, he said, "Councillor, it was almost impossible for me to win. That brother spent nearly 150,000 US on the ground. No wonder he got sanctioned." He told me, we met at the airport. He said, "Councillor," I said, "But did you do?" He said, "I did everything. My team was on the ground way in advance. But that brother took the US dollars there and spent it lavishly. And that's how he won." Then it comes to the Elections Commission. Our people, the literacy rate is low. Conscience level is now heightening. People are beginning to realize the value of their vote. But if we have an irresponsible elections commission, I've interacted with elections commission several times, and they tell me we have no authority. I say, how can you say you have no authority when you are a moral institution? You have no authority to stop people who are corrupt from taking part in the elections. They say commissioners, including lawyers on the commission, say we have no authority. I say your authority is right in the Constitution, except if you are not prepared to exercise it. And then I say I can point to you your authority within the Constitution. The commissioner said, but then you go and use that authority and then come to us. Instead of telling us to do, we don't want to do it. And that was sad. If the Elections Commission can qualify people to participate in elections and they don't consider the moral rectitude of people taking part in elections, that's a problem for our Elections Commission. Then why are you qualifying people to take part in elections when you have no authority to disqualify people from taking part in elections? You know, those are some of the reforms we have to consider. So you see that our election laws will have to be reformed also to ensure that commissioners understand their responsibility is to provide moral guardians to the society, especially a highly illiterate society that cannot shield itself from the influence of rampant corruption. Back in 1980, we killed people for rampant corruption. And then you say corruption is not your issue? It is somebody else's issue? No. The Elections Commission is part of civil society. So all of us, we have to get involved in this fight. It's not just, if it is left to the government alone, the government will not do anything until civil society. And we are bringing this fight, unfortunately, we are saying it when the government has not even taken seat. But we are bringing this fight to the government. And these sanctions are meant to put people on notice. You are coming into a new dispensation. It won't be a dispensation until we see what is happening, but you are coming to a new establishment. And we'll be watching you. And we criminalize your illegal conduct. And I'm sure in the first 100 days, we'll be presenting an anti-corruption law to the president-elect for enforcement. Once it's enacted into law, I'm sure corruption will have a stronger tooth. And then there'll be a creation of the anti-corruption code. I'm convinced with the new government that will go through because our partners are very keen on ensuring that we do a deadly blow to corruption. Corruption has to stop. It's killing everything that we want. It's undermining everything that we hold dear to our country. And our people are dying dead poor. I sent for pictures the last time of Tottenham High School. That's the school I graduated from. And then it goes around to all other public institutions, especially schools and hospitals. Mildew is all on the walls in the children's classroom. They are definitely prone to serious illnesses. What does it take to paint a public school? $150,000 will paint the whole school, and people can make away with $1 million. I mean, how can we be so deliberate in neglecting our people? Government in, government out, nothing is there for our people. Look at our budget. Because the administrators of the budget weren't sincere enough, we refuse to even consider the budget. It was just corruption, free flow. Everything in the budget is about recurring expenditures for their pockets, for their so-called offices that nothing productive is coming out of. People are buying new cars. I mean, so why do we come? And this is another thing that we will be putting forward to the new government. You have to review the salary scheme. People believe they can come to government to get rich, and that's why they are coming in. That's why they want government offices. They want to be legislators, to be lords over their own people. I don't think anybody should get more than 5,000. 3,000 a base, 5,000 for those who are bringing extra expertise into government. And it stops there. If the money is not good enough for you, go in the private sector. Make your farm and get more money. But don't think you have to come to government to be Mr. Chief, to make all the money that you want. But then prosecution, definitely, people will be audited. Somebody spoke of lifestyle audit. That's going to be a law under the new anti-corruption law. And it makes it easier. You have to prove how you got what you got. If you cannot prove it, that is it belongs to the state. We're not going to come and run around trying to prove that you were corrupt. No, just establish how you got it. If you cannot get it, it means that you cannot claim it. Then the state will claim it because you cannot justify how you got his property.
Thank you, Sis Fatima. Sis Fatima, come in.
Yes. I've just been listening to Councillor Radio, and I'm just excited about what he speaks, what he says. This is the thought process of all well-meaning Liberians. Our country first, our people first, our nation striving for all Liberians, not just for some Liberians. When you're put into power, when you're elected by our people, you should represent our people. You are not king. Liberia is not a monarch. You are not king of nobody. You're someone to serve our people, and you're there to serve them with distinction. Councillor Verde, I've always admired you. I'm a fan. The part that I most liked was you saying that, sanctioned officials, during these elections, sanctioned officials were allowed on the ballot, and the election commission watched it, allowed them to run for offices, and now they are going to be leaders in our country. I don't think they should be allowed to hold their seats. I don't think, because like you said, half of our population is illiterate. So they do not know. When you come there, you entice them with monies, and you tell them you're going to do that. They believe you from face value. But now that we are here to educate our people, to make them aware, I think our people are not going to buy those things anymore. Anyone who is sanctioned should not be allowed on the ballot. We need to stand up, and we need to speak for all of our people. So I actually don't have, I've just been enjoying your lecture, and all the things that I was going to ask, you've actually answered. That I think sanctioned officials or people, corrupt officials, should be dealt with according to the law, and people who are sanctioned should not be allowed, not at all, to go on the ballot now, people to elect them. So I thank you, sir. My respect.
Thank you very much, Fatima. And that should be the standard. If you are sanctioned, there's no place for you to hold public office. You cannot be director, you cannot be a deputy director, you cannot be a minister, you cannot just hold public office. You cannot get appointment from the chief executive. You cannot hold an officer position within either of the branches of government. Like you said, sanction has to bite. There has to be teeth to the sanction, because there's a greater cause to protect the public sector. And we just spoke about illiteracy, and the point came to my mind that we have always known. Illiteracy has been a tool for control of our people, historically. And when government was changed in 1980, they realized that, it's better to keep these people backward and illiterate. Otherwise, if you support education, free education, or massive quality education, their eyes will open, and then they will confront the regime. Look at 6 years of the regime of the past government. I was in a debate yesterday. How many legislators can say they proffered a bill in the interest of their people or the people of Liberia? Nothing. 6 years, now one bill in the interest of the ordinary people. Whether it is health, it is education, it is social welfare, it is maternity health, nothing. But those things are supposed to change. Somebody said, They don't elect people based upon issues. How do people understand the issues? The Elections Commission should understand the issues. That's why the Elections Commission should be the stream board where clarity are done. No, you cannot go forward. The people are helpless. They are poor. They have suffered so long. Can you imagine how many years we fought the war? 23 years. And after the war, corruption started again. We haven't given back anything to our people. We just steal, we just steal, we just steal, we just steal. Government in, government out. Our people are tired. Everybody they elect disappoints them. And nothing happens to them. Society doesn't hold them accountable. And we are praying the new Liberia will be different. And it starts with Honorable Joseph Boakai. His Excellency has a major responsibility to ensure that the buck stops right there. It doesn't continue after him. And that's why we will say, with all due respect, Mr. President, but we think this is the way it should go. This is our contribution. In the first 100 days, like I said, we'll do our best. If we appreciate it, we present a new anti-corruption laws to the government for enactment. And civil society has to be on the back of the government. Thank you very much, my sister, for that. You know,
Thank you very much. Before we get into the second round, which will be more firing, you just said that you're going back to Liberia.
Oh yeah, pretty soon, right after inauguration.
Oh wow.
Wow. Right after inauguration, all is being said. I mean,
you bought your ticket already?
No, it's too expensive at this time.
We just want to confirm that you're ready to go, though.
Yeah, I should be on the ground. That's where I belong, Stanton.
Okay.
That's where I belong. I know you have cases that I'll be there. There will be a good lawyer on the ground. You can bring your case.
So let me ask you. Let me ask you the real question. If I'm gonna send me that text, he really wanted me to ask you because he want to make sure that you're going. So he sent me the text. Let me ask you.
I didn't send him no text because he himself should be going tomorrow.
Let me ask you my question then about a consider, man. The sanction issue. You have said a lot on sanction. It's been very crazy. And I asked you the question, the impact of sanction on our country, the individual impact. Do you really believe, do you think, through your conversation with your team, do you really believe that the American got a document to give the Liberian government and say, these are the documents and these are the names of folks that you guys need to prosecute? Do Americans have documents to present to the Liberian government?
If Americans do not have, we have. All of those who are supposed to be prosecuted. You want to start naming them and all of that, we have generated sufficient documents that warrant prosecution. That's what I said.
But the sanctions, sorry, sir. The sanctions came by way through the American. And I'm asking because then the American got to give reason as to why they believe that those folks who were placed on sanction is, legitimate.
They have given sufficient reasons in the sanction documents, and the individuals know. They know human rights violation, corruption.
You said that because George Mononweah government didn't request for those documents. I'm not saying from you, from your team. I'm saying from the American. So in case that the Boakai administration requests those documents from the American, we did turn it over to him that he followed through.
Willingly, that's a public document. As soon as the sanction is announced, the documents are circulated. If you want details backing or supporting the document, you just ask for it. And
what is in place in protecting those whistleblowers, those folks that have spoken to the American?
That's the responsibility of the government. But I can tell you that most of the evidence are readily available.
Okay.
With just a little investigation. Most of the investigations we have done also in different respects. And those who provided confidential information, those confidential information have been verified. So the whistleblower doesn't even come in place, in play. In most cases, the evidence is already there. They have been verified and is held to be true. It's just the political will of the government. The government, even without sanctions, even without the documents from the Americans, what would Honorable Barker do to curtail corruption? There has to be an effort by the government itself. And that effort should be in the direction of ensuring that people are prosecuted. Without justice, then impunity will reign. Is that what Honorable Barker wants? I don't think so. I followed him during the campaign. So if civil society will hold the precedent to his campaign promises, and that's what we are doing, that's what international community is doing. And how do you think further assistance, especially at this time when the government is in dire need of assistance, will come to the government? If the needle is now moving in the direction of prosecution and nipping corruption in the bud, it has to happen. The buck has to start with His Excellency Joseph N. Boakai. And the team he will put together to make sure these things happen is going to be very, very important. We will be watching, we will be monitoring, and we'll be on the ground. Stanton, that's why I'm going on the ground, to give our assistance, to give our help. We've been away too long. Now that there is a space, there is a good government on the ground, willing to transition our country from bad governance to good governance, willing to transition our country back on the trajectory of national planning and development. It's good that people like us are on the ground to help.
Thank you. So let me ask my last question. The other guys got to come in. My last question is on our brother Koji. His kind of sanction is different. It's mostly human right. Can you give us reason why human right and the implication? How serious is that sanction, sir?
Those were the same charges we took long ago to the ICC and requested them to investigate. Well, ICC didn't investigate, and our colleagues investigated and documented. Koji was a bad dude. Even without mentioning the several issues. That kid who was flogged in Koji.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. The document that went to the ICC, that's what and the ICC said it couldn't. That document, I think it was shared. You want Fatu, can you get off? I think you got visitors coming into your place. The ICC, I still why you laughing? Well, she's so many people coming. But the ICC document you're talking about, we came across it. You mind if I put some of them, or those are confidential document because it's out there though?
No, it's out there. We released it to show that
Okay.
ICC was in it wrong, but we didn't have time to argue with them. They had they mistook because it was my name. They thought it was a TRC investigation, and then they said no, ICC doesn't go as far back as the TRC period. So the period you are talking about is outside our jurisdiction. When we're talking about current, ongoing violations, so we didn't have time to argue with them. So we just went ahead. Like I said, the kid that was beaten by Koji's talks in his generator room. The police director who came here, he was a victim of torture from Koji. Those are just one or two cases, but there are numerous others. Colina Kra and her rally she had, that was a death threat. Everything that happened there was attempted murder. All happening during peacetime. Those are crimes against humanity. That is why the young man is being sanctioned. And the purpose also is to discourage bad behavior. We don't need characters like that in our new dispensation. We don't. We don't need Chucky Taylor. As much as he disputed being with Chucky Taylor, mounting evidence was discovered, was realized, testimonies that indeed he was in Chucky Taylor's cycle, and he tries to what? Mimic Chucky Taylor. He tries to be the hero on the ground in the absence of Chucky Taylor. And so he went ahead training militia. We say a lot about militia training. We say a lot about arms that were brought in the country. Now the movement of the arms from Brewerville to the so-called party headquarters to another location that is being moved to currently, and now it has headed towards Lufa and all of that kind of thing. A decoy was created as if it was going to Lufa, but it's where it is that we know it is. Those are bad behavior, and
So, Dualo, I beg you, just give me a few seconds, guys. Also, this kind of sanction about human right, can you explain to the folks listening to us by way of radio or even following us online that is it true that he cannot leave the country? There's a possibility he be arrested.
he's been charged with crimes against humanity. The sanction, they didn't say so, but the crimes that are attributed to his conduct are all crimes against humanity. Those are war crimes. And when he crosses the border, if he uses his ID, I'm sure Interpol will have the alert, that this is a sanctioned criminal from Liberia. And he risks being taken into custody because of crimes against humanity. Crimes against humanity is an international crime. Any country that wants to prosecute crimes against humanity can assume universal jurisdiction to prosecute those crimes. That is why somebody like him would be reluctant to cross the border. Because Guinea could arrest him and say, "Oh, I have this war criminal here. I'm not going to send him to America, but I'm not sending him back to his country, so I will constitute a war crimes court here to
Wow.
investigate him." Yeah.
Wow, Dualu, come in. Let me. I'm trying to upload this document to share with you guys. Come in, Dualu. This is
Yeah, Councilor Verdia, man. I'll open up a bunch of stuff we're learning here. And somebody wrote on the thread, said, listen, the government cannot tell who the people should vote for. That is not true. The government can set legal standards and moral standards on how to vote for anybody. They're not restricting anybody. Every society has that, by the way. Even in these United States, there is a standard that a candidate must meet. If those standards are not met, you cannot become a candidate in an election. This is not trying to disadvantage anybody. It's just the way things are supposed to be. Honorable Councilor, I will ask you this question. I know on the TRC, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report, there were certain people that were barred from occupying government positions or running in our elections, including Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Do you think the government should employ something like that since the National Elections Commission is not willing to do their job to make sure there is a restriction put in place where some people cannot run and they're listed?
Yes, of course. That was the purpose of that recommendation in the TRC report. Let's bear in mind the TRC did a review from 1970 to 2003. And then TRC was authorized to do a historical reflection on the antecedent causes of the conflict in Liberia. And impunity was observed to be one of them. And that people were using their positions to get away with crime and nothing was being done. And that is why that recommendation was made. It is called lustration. That you are a bad element. You have done so badly in the eyes of the public. Everybody know what you have done. So there's no need for you to continue to advocate or to struggle to hold public office because you are no longer a standard bearer of good public behavior, of good civil conduct. So stay out of the public sector. Yes, it's been done by most countries around the world to keep bad elements out of the public sector because that's how you protect the electorate.
Thank you.
Otherwise, the electorate will be influenced by different things and will feel it's their right to vote for anybody.
Yeah, I agree.
And those who think they are most inclined should be the ones who will protect lesser members of our society who are less inclined to these issues, and that's what it's meant for. Yes.
I couldn't agree with you more because Honorable Verdia, we have Liberians now using, especially the legislature, to shield themselves against prosecution. Now we have to discourage stuff like that. But I want to come down a little bit and ask you this simple question. I don't understand this, but I know you do. Does Liberia have a charging standards for a lawyer? Let's say you're a lawyer, which you are, and Dwalu comes to you. Is there a standard in Liberia on how a lawyer charges a fee to somebody who's coming in later again and saying, listen, I want a lawyer, somebody trying to take my land? Is there a standard, or he or she can charge wherever it is so please? Is there a standard that we should be aware of?
There is a standard on the books, but those laws were made in 1972.
Okay.
And there's been no reform since that time. The issue was brought up. Some of us were were advocates who didn't really focus on fees, and the issue was brought up in a bar at some point in time that we need to update the fee structure for lawyers and their clients. And majority of lawyers were satisfied with just negotiating with the client and whatever it is, but the law is on the book, but it's outdated, way outmoded, and does not apply, and because $152 US is not $152 US today.
Correct.
And on the issue of sanctioned officials, there are provisions to have them prosecuted. And going to the legislature is not a shield. They will still be prosecuted.
But it gives an appearance of a shield, though. I mean, that's how people feel in the country.
Yes, it does appear as a shield, but unfortunately, the reality is not a shield. Sanctioned officials who are in the legislature will be prosecuted. The process may be long, but they will be prosecuted. And there will be accountability for crimes committed. I mean, our country is just way down the line. When you think about it, it becomes so overwhelming, you want to just give up. But we can't give up. Okay, people were sanctioned, they chose to go and seek elections and they were re-elected. And especially like in the case of Maggie, he admitted, yeah, I stole the money, but I'm using the money right here. So am I not better than those who took the money out of place? How can one thief be better than another thief? We need better standards in our country. And definitely the impression that getting elected into an office shields one from the commission of his crime is not true. And I even heard people saying that, and I have had to answer several questions about the president, whether a president is protected when he leaves office or why he's in office. I explain why the president cannot face litigation when he's in office, because he's the one man in that office and he doesn't have vacation, doesn't have any time to break. When there's a break in his performance of his duties, there's crisis. So that's the reason why you don't go after him whilst he's there. But if you have strong evidence, he can be impeached. But after he leaves office without being impeached, the president is liable to face charges for crimes that he committed, even while he was in office. And so there's no shield. The Constitution doesn't shield anything wrong or anything criminal. Whether you are a representative or you are a senator or you are a vice president or a president, there's no shield. Your office does not shield you.
Well, Honorable Verdia, and I think that I hope you guys come up with a pace schedule. That will be a great thing for lawyering in Liberia. I think it's Honorable Fagon now coming through. Honorable Fagon.
Well, thank you, Dwalu. And again, it's nice having the learned counselor here. Counselor, if I may ask you, you were one of those who spoke in the early days of the Glorious Musa Scott case, if you recall.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a verdict in that case, but there has also been revelations, startling revelations of juror tampering And we saw the evidence that was brought in court. We saw that it did not match. We saw expert witness testimonies. I'd like to ask you your general and overall feeling of the verdict, because I'm sure you followed the case. And many of us just looked at it. We had apprehensions, even if she was guilty, assuming without admitting she was guilty. The manner and way in which the trial was carried out, where the Constitution is very specific to impartiality and all of that. But we saw that come up the other day. What's your overall thinking of the court's ruling? Even though there is an appeal, we understand, but you followed the case. What are your thoughts?
Well, Honorable Fago, if you will take good note, I've been very quiet on this matter because I have vested interest in it. And so it was only fair to give the court process time to go through. The first question that comes to mind is, did Gloria Mususcat have a fair trial? And in addressing that question, I would be compelled to cast aspersion on the character of those who handled the case as her defense counsel. The first question that comes to mind, if you are a trained lawyer in Liberia, why a jury trial? Somebody spoke of professional jurors. They are always hanging around there. And they are the ones who are peddling justice or peddling verdicts. You know, did she have a trial by her peers, as the Constitution insists? Were those jurors her peers? Then you come to weighing the evidence that were adduced at the court. Yes, I follow it very closely. Were there any evidence pointing directly or linking her or any other member of her team to the commission of the crime? And then on the night that the crime was committed, there is evidence that somebody from the perpetrator's house called and communicated with one of the security who was on guard at her place. All of these. Did she have a fair trial? I don't think so. And the Supreme Court is going to just eventually reverse it and perhaps remand the case for a new trial because she didn't have a fair trial. I don't think her lawyers ably represented her or advised her properly. I don't know whose decision it was to do a jury trial rather than a bench trial where you have a seasoned lawyer. I know Judge Roosevelt Wade very well. Before he became a lawyer, we affiliated as teachers. Okay, he's a good judge, learned. I would have put the faith of Justice Scott in his hands rather than in the hands of professional jurors. And then a story has come out of what was happening with the jury room. I think Stanton is an embodiment of most of what has happened. But I chose to remain quiet because the law will take its due course. And I'm convinced that justice can be achieved in Liberia. And justice will be done in her case.
Let me ask you the second question. One of the reasons why so many Liberians voted for Honorable Joseph Newman Boakai is just simple: security. The killings of people, armed robbery, rape, ritualistic killings, girls' human rights abuses, floggings, all these kind of things. You and I know that in the absence of real security, your economy will struggle simply because the private sector is not going to thrive. It's just as simple as ABC. Investors are going to be afraid. They're not going to come. We know corruption is another factor. But I want to look at security in the context of the law. What advice would you give to Honorable Boakai There are names flirting out there for immigration boss, NSA boss, police, you name it, commander, whatever. Yes, so many you had the opportunity to sit opposite Honorable Joseph Numa Boakai. And he said to you, Councillor Verdier, we have a situation with security. The Liberian people, we see when you're driving on the road, another car coming to you on the third lane, on a not Tuesday or Thursday, go into session, but on a Monday, and say, I'm a representative, get off the road. And then you see a motorbike guy coming straight up to you and say, look, I know I own your lane, but you see me coming. All of these things. We see armed robbers openly challenging police officers. We see market women can no longer go to the market 4:30 in the morning. 4:30 in the morning is when they go to red light ERWA to throw their lapa on the truck. They're afraid to get outside because they're going to get probably mobbed and their money's taken away from them. My question to you, I'm going to put you in front of His Excellency, Ambassador Joseph Numa Boakai, and he says to you, what do you think? What advice can you give me? I am a leader, and because I know him like that, that's why I'm asking you the question. What advice can you give me? Let me hear your thoughts on security. What would you say to Honorable Joseph Numa Boakai on the issue of security?
The president needs all our prayers. The burden is so heavy. Security, as you rightly say, is tied into every other thing. Human rights, rule of law, respect for constituted authorities, respect for ordinary citizens. I have kept quiet. Indeed, I have an advice for the president, but that is fiduciary. I'm going to keep it confidential between the president and myself. After the president shall have taken office, assume his responsibility, giving his inaugural address, it will be analyzed, and there will be a communication to the president, congratulating him and offering those pieces of advice. I think there are good, well-meaning persons around the president who has well-rounded knowledge about the security situation. And from what I hear, they have been briefing him on what the situation is. But the first thing that a new government needs to do is to put away the bad elements. I don't mean grab people and just put them in the cell. No. Gather the evidence, put the files together, and indict people for the crimes that they have committed. Most of the bad elements conducted their crimes in the full glare of the public. Those whose crimes were done secretly, investigations have been done. The rule of law has to be respected from the chief executive, and then it flows down. So he should be the first and number one keeper of the peace and keeper of the law and keeper of the rules. But beyond that, Honorable Fagon, I will be doing a communication to His Excellency the President. And in there, I will have my little 1-2 to say. And like you said, if there's an audience, a possibility of sitting with the president, then we have a frank exchange. In the past, the president and I have had several interactions, personal, business, legal. So to a good extent, he knows me, not from a distance, but in terms of who I am, he knows me personally. But he is our chief executive. We wish him well, and I will ask all Liberians to double prayers for the president. The tax is enormous. No one person can do it. And we don't want business as usual, the usual Liberian thing. From what I'm hearing, people, I heard some, I don't want to talk about it from one of our good friends who was ranting about business as usual happening in Liberia. I don't think there should be business as usual. The buck should stop with the president. The president is the most senior statesman in our country. He's all of us chief. He's my uncle, like many of you. So he needs everything that he can get to do his best. Liberia is rotting. Liberia is broken. In prayer, we say nothing missing and nothing broken, but in Liberia, everything is missing and everything is broken. We pray that he will put the right people around him. I've seen some well-meaning people who have had experience with public sector management. I think he's doing his best, but it's not time to speak yet until he takes office. We just wish the president well, and I pray that all of us will pray for his excellency. Because he means well, he should be in retirement, but it's because of the burden he carries for Liberia. You know, and I feel that burden because I carry that same burden. I'm a beneficiary of everything that was good in Liberia. And then all of a sudden it just turned around. And we can only see the bad of Liberia, but we know there's hope because we saw Liberia when Liberia was good. It wasn't perfect. Classism was there, but we found a way to overcome that. And we jubilated. It's time that those who are in government see it as a privilege to serve their people, but not to lord over them and get rich overnight. We'll be watching out for those people and we will not give them the chance. Thank you very much for that question.
Well, since we're still on security, I have two questions. The second question is easier, so I will start with the first one. I don't expect it to be a difficult question, but right after the war, during the early tenure, we saw where we had international folks that came here, so Pakistani, different folks that came here and trained our national police. That went on for a period of 12 years under Madam Serif, and then we saw the Wiashen, the CDC administration came in, and we started to see this militia group. I'm told by different people, actually, whistleblower from the security, whether it's the EPS, the Liberian National Police, that these people have been infused, play with bunch of partisan informant. Even during the winding down of the CDC-led administration, I'm told by a couple of people, close to the past administration, that they were able to put a lot of those militia, ex-combatant, very dangerous people within the national police. Few weeks from now, Ambassador Boyka going to take office. How, if you were advising him, like in the room on the Center on security, how will you advise him in dealing with the Liberian National Police as it is? Dealing with all those people that are in the government that could well mean be there to undermine this administration. And we see that a lot of new people were hired. We have credible information that these people are now within the employ of the security sector. What will be the strategy? You don't have to say everything if you think that it will be too revealing, but how do you think the new administration should proceed when it comes to dealing with law enforcement and the entire security apparatus?
As far as law enforcement is concerned, the government is almost paralyzed.
Wow.
And there is sufficient international goodwill out there for the government. Everybody is just waiting to hear what the president will say and what the president will want to do and what requests he will make to the international community in terms of priorities and assistance that the government will need. Without running my mouth, I'm sure part of the assistance will be sending up to about maybe 600 or more police to Liberia to help straighten it up. We cannot control crime if the police is not properly managed, or if you have a partisan police. I'm aware of the infighting within the police hierarchy. The IG is determined to sideline professional individuals who are within the police, interfering with their responsibilities and all of that. I've heard of those situations. And my faith is still in the police that there are a lot of well-meaning professional, good officers in the police. So what the president will say, what the president will want, and what the president will do on the first day, everybody will be watching and listening. So, like you said, not much can be said until after the president assumes authority. But I can see that there's a lot of international goodwill out there for Liberia and the Liberian police. We know that civil society is never solid without civilian policing. Security is paramount, especially given the experience from the elections, all the threats that were done, that were made against the process, all the arms that were imported, and now the arms are being moved from one place to another. They are being secretly hidden and under the pretense that it's taken to Lofa and all of those kind of things. It's a threat. There is an ongoing threat from bad elements in our society. And those threats has to be done with so that the woman can have a smooth sail. But like I said, we should keep praying for him. He means well. He needs all the prayers that he can get. Liberia as a whole needs the prayers of every Liberian. But he is at the helm of state now. If the head is okay, the country will be okay. So we pray for the head first.
My second question have to do with the transition. A lot have been said. There's too much frustration. My good friend John Malu, other meaning people out there that really want to see that there is accountability in Liberia. They are kind of scratching their head. My question is in twofold. Do you think the Unity Party is too laid back when it comes to this transition? And how could it impact this administration if they do not do it properly? And then assume things, and then sooner rather than later, the CDC will start pointing fingers. They will become he say, she say, oh, that was there, and the public will be confused again. How important is this process? And then is the Unity Party being too laid back or weak when it comes to this transitional process?
My brother, there's nothing like transition. There's nothing like transition. I haven't been following for deliberate reasons. And somebody asked me whether there was a transition law or there's a law that requires transition. I said, look, this is how I will handle it. If I'm taking over from a corrupt government as this government was, on day one, I will issue executive order number 1 to every government official: hold your office, prepare your turnover note before you leave, or until your replacement is named. Prepare a turnover note, prepare a summary of the finances for the area you handle, and it should be signed by the head and the deputy, and if possible, the financial person, and you turn over. And you hold on to it until your replacement is named. Because you are an appointed official of government, so you are held accountable, you are responsible. Moru has been recording some success, and he's a very, 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 very good professional. He knows what he wants to achieve. I know there will be resistance. I know there will be difficulties. And I told somebody, what is transition? These buggers have been stealing for the last 6 years, and you expect them to cooperate and be fair and good fellows in the last few months? What do you expect from them? They are all thieves. They are all rogues. They are all criminals to add up to it. You can't expect much from them. So they will play you, they will play you, they will play you, waiting for time to expire. But you should have your plan B. Let everybody hold their offices until the replacement is named. But before you leave office, present your report. How much you had, how much you use, how much is there. That's the basis for an audit. What was your mandate? What did you achieve? What are the challenges? That's the basis for system audit. And leave that turnover note before you leave and hand it over to your replacement. And as a government official, you are duty bound. That would be an executive order. That would be a law. And honor that you cannot travel until you present that. I heard the person at NPA took on the plane and left. That's fine. I remember when Chancellor people were stealing just like what we have experienced. I told them, I said, look, the resources of Liberia was deposited for Liberia long before you were born, long before we were born. You will not finish it. The forest will continue to be there. You are exploiting it illegally, but you will not deplete the forest absolutely to the extent that future generation will not benefit. Corruption was very, very massive. That is why we're having all of these sanctions. And you think people don't know what went on? It's just the political will of the government. There are traces of what they did, where they put money, where they took money from, and all of that. The criminal always leaves. You guys will know. He will leave his footprints behind. Always. Once it is a crime. Investigators know. But those guys were pillaging, and I don't blame them. I didn't expect anything much from them. Those were uncouth individuals, indisciplined, untrained, self-read. And Madame Serif did what she could to make them inherit and see that Brent put them there. I never respected them. Like I said, the first time I called a young man president was when he conceded. So that was the first thing he did. Never respected him, and he himself knew that he didn't win an election free and fairly. And so he hated Liberian people when he thought Liberian people loved him. So where since this is the case, I would just steal. But unfortunately, they will break. There are repercussions. There will be prosecutions for everybody, whether you're in the Senate, you're in the House of Representatives, or you are a former president. There will be justice across the board. That's why we pray that Honorable Boakai will remain strong and committed, and the political will prevail. What we had was not a government, it was a gangster's paradise. And the gang looted, pillaged, shredded everything that was valued to Liberia. And this is where we are. We cannot keep looking back. We have to move forward. But there has to be accountability. There has to be justice. It will be a betrayal of the Liberian people's cause if there's no justice, there's no accountability, or there are not measures, or it is not being seen as if accountability is the order of the day. Thank you, sir.
All right, yeah, Council, very, 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 very good answer. My question is, one of the critical areas under the GMB administration will be justice and and the rule of law, because as you talk about accountability, fighting corruption, and you name it, you have to have not only the system but also the personnel that will man those systems in ways that they can achieve the desirous result. What kind of justice minister will you want to see in the new administration?
We need a fighter we will need somebody who is unlike Musadin, somebody who understands the law and how to enforce the law legally. Somebody who has an appreciation for human rights and will be willing to make sure his police walks in chalk line to respect the rights of every citizen. Somebody who can walk to the president and say, Mr. President, this move is a wrong move, we shouldn't do it. Mr. President, I think we will be in error if we do this, if we carry on this measure. We need a justice minister who presides over the police and the security sector and the joint security in a way very different from what we saw of Councillor Musa Day. You know, public office may not be good for everybody. Councillor Dean was a good private lawyer, to the best of my estimation, because we rubbed shoulders. I practiced with them in their law firms. And he was outstanding to the best of my estimation. But how he became eclipsed in the structure. But then again, what I do know is that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is the one who put him there. So he was occupying Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's slot. And that's part of the reason why he and the Solicitor General could not get along. So I think maybe perhaps those were some of the constraining factors that had him performing less than what society expected. But yes, a justice minister has to have a deep appreciation for human rights so that people's rights will be applied equally. A justice minister has to respect the rule of the law so that there will be nothing arbitrary in the enforcement of the laws, as much as we want the laws to be rigorously enforced so that there can be justice. It has to be evenly balanced with the rule of law and respect for human rights. How many of those justice ministers we have around, I don't know, but that's the responsibility of the chief executive. We will be available to assist with prosecution. We lend our expertise in any way possible, whether it's by written opinions or by enhanced investigation or by gathering evidence and assisting the prosecutors or the justice minister to do his work. We will be available. We've been at it for a long time. We've garnered some experience that we think the system, the criminal justice system, can benefit from. So we'll be available for that. But that was a good question. Is worth critical thinking by His Excellency himself.
Yeah. Okay.
But it was very challenging. The way to run a justice ministry is to do it a way different from the way
exactly.
Councillor did it.
And my second question is also in line with normally when president when they take over the they want to get the government running, one of the first things they do is to pass a couple of executive orders. I remember in the US, for example, when Joe Biden took over on day one of the first things he did was to pass into law to pass 17 executive orders. Prominent among those executive orders was one of the executive orders that tend to what they call put a freeze on what the Biden administration called the midnight executive order. So there were executive orders passed by Donald Trump overnight. And so one of the first things he did was to put a freeze on them so that they can review them and make sure that they align not just with with
He
the
used
law.
another executive order to do it.
Yeah, he used another executive order to put a freeze on the old executive order so that they could review it, whether it was in sync with the current administration, his administration policy.
Okay.
What would be a very vital executive order that the new government headed by Ambassador Parker will sign on day one in terms of one dealing with the issue of corruption, the rule of law, and accountability? What could be one recommendation on day one that could, because executive orders are for like 12 months, they're valid for 12 months. So what could be a vital executive order that you think Ambassador Parker will put in place on day one?
With all due respect to the office of the president, I would like to reserve that for the president's ears alone.
Thank you. Stato, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. We have but 11 minutes left. We should be out of here. Today is a beautiful white Sunday at the end. And as you know, the Eagles playing, the Dados playing. As you see, Fago and watch the Dados game right now, I can tell you. He just sent me the result. Not the final result. Giants is 24 and Eagles is 0. Dados is leading 28 to 10.
You should have Fagon giving you that result, and Fagon's eyes is just straight glued to his laptop, and you are just looking over your head.
This is a way of saying, Fagon, I'm so sorry. I beg you to come on this show. Your team will play tonight. And I think it's time you really, because my first soccer team this morning defeated JMB team.
Don't do that. Oh, yeah? Don't do that. Don't do that.
We get in £2 a morning. Papa came from church. He prayed everything for
Ross
his team.
from church, and he decided to call him and let them to beat his Arsenal team. That's not a good thing for going. But
so
I want to
know with my team
Dallas
playing,
is winning.
I'm trying as hard to stay with the learner counselor. But this guy telling me now, everything you put into Cabo is about to vanish. Go there before they do something.
Cabo 28 and Cabo is leading. They're going to win the game.
But what do you expect? For you, you get no team. One day you with Philadelphia Eagle because they right behind your horse. When we break the Eagle wing, then you say you will go with New York.
Yeah, that's the reason. That's the reason. But let me. This is very serious, counselor. Let me bring to your attention. You say I should make this public. Is out there already. Your group, the International Justice Group, Information and Evidence Unit, Office of the Prosecutor, P.O. Box 19519, 2500 CM, The Hague, the Netherlands. Attention, Ms. Fatwa Bensouda, the prosecutor. The report in our possession, Counselor. These documents, they are damaging, and I don't know why folks seem to just think that it's a joke. Allow me to just go a little bit, just a little bit. We'll have you again for you to help us out. And I want our fans out there to take a look. Refer. Greetings, Madam Prosecutor. We present compliments and wish to refer the case of Liberia to you for investigations into crime against humanity, widespread and systematically meted against the civilian population since the incumbency of Mr. George Fakuklang Bakugbe Manawia, President of Liberia in January 2018. You are submitting documents. You are outlining documents, perfectly written, to prove that there was crime against humanity. And I hope you can come back, man. Not only is Mr. Weah believed to be spinning the wheels of criminal violence from beyond the scene against his own people. This is bad. This is huge. Not only is Mr. Weah believed to be spinning the wheels of criminal violence from beyond the scene against his own people, but his regime, his office, has become conspicuously saddened on the widespread and recurrent incidences of violence against women, young girls and children, and people the regime has invariably referred to as enemies of the state. Mr. President, has inaugurated his city mayor as the perpetrator-in-chief. Mayor Jefferson Koji, the mayor of Monrovia, appointed by Mr. Weah, believed like a violent psychopath who acts under the authority of President Weah alone and is shaded and protected by him. Folks, we cannot give you all of this document, but it's document that you must read. And guys, you all have it because I have shared it with you guys once. The counselor told me to do so. We are worried that the malediction of impunity has given justice a repugnant name in the Liberian society. After 13 years of fratricide in Liberia, when war crimes and crime against humanity were massively committed, no one to date has been brought to book in Liberia despite effort by other nations to hold these war perpetrators accountable. Let me just go further down because that's where my question coming from. Your direct referral to the prosecutor international La Criminal Code RCC pursuant to Article 13C and 15.1 and 2 of the Rome Statute. There we go. Crime against humanity committed by the government of Liberia, 10 January 2020, Washington, D.C. Now, here is your referral, sir. Key perpetrator information. This picture is on your document. This picture is on your document. This picture is on your document. Talking about names, date of birth, and everything. I want to stop this file. It's a huge document. Is this the same document you presented to the U.S. Congress and the United States government?
That document was presented to the ICC. And it is my understanding that the prosecutor at the time was fighting with the U.S. on issues of visa. And her secretary responded to the document the way he did, and they didn't investigate. You know, that's where the document was presented. But given that it was the ICC, every member of the ICC had access to the document, especially those who were members of the court. And international partners also had copies of that document. I cannot even remember, it's been a long time now. I cannot even remember whether a presentation was made to the US government. The US government has its own mechanism for investigating.
But if you look at the sanction information against Jefferson Koji and you go through these documents, do your comparison, sir, you understand that it's almost word for word.
Almost word for word. That's giving me too much credit.
No, I mean, I have put everything up. You know, I've been having this thing for a long time, and I want folks to just look at, especially the Stephen Johnson, Fadika, Honorable Eugene Fagon, Mr. Duato. It's almost word for word. It's same written. Just maybe they just took it to the copy shop, copy it, and just put it in the record.
Mr. Koji has been a bad dude for a long time, and investigating him goes all the way back to when he was a student. You know, some people are just prone to violence and evil. We went into his private sake, We went into his private lives. If a nun can expel you for bad behavior, then you should know you are very, very bad. Very, very bad. So, like I said, the evidence for most of what people have done in Liberia over the past 5 years are almost public. They are not very difficult to find. All you need to do, call somebody from the Ministry of Finance and ask them 5 questions. Whether they were in authority or not, they will give you answers. Then you have your lead that you can follow and do investigation.
That's a hell of a work. I think I'm done with my question. We got 3 more minutes. Duadu, you got a document. I see you going through it. It's huge.
I mean,
that's a hell of work, Duadu.
Stanton, and I don't have a question for the counselor, but I have this to say. Some people don't even understand the importance of this kind of work. it preempts another violent coming to Liberia. It preempts war. It preempts chaos. So this is huge. So I want us to understand the degree to which they're important. I mean, how important this kind of thing is. Look, if we don't do this, we are going to collapse against as a state. People have to stop their behavior. Look, I don't understand why people cannot live and let live. Government position is not a carte blanche permission to do to the population as one pleases. We continue to do this thing over and over and over. Somehow, if we are going to leave a legacy for our children, people got to pay for the crimes, irrespective of what position he or she holds. That's what I'm going to say to that.
Thank you, Fagon. Before the councilor leave, do the last shot now, Fagon. Give it the last shot. You're muted, Fagon.
You don't expect me to give Councilor Verdio my last shot. I always save the best for the last, and the last for the best. He is on his way to Monrovia, the capital of Liberia. Like John Malu, he is stepping onto the battle lines against injustice, while Malu stepped up front against corruption, where I am going to be somewhere behind Bapolu watching to see those who will want to use their vocal cavities to twat their efforts so that those individuals can be met with disproportionate force in terms of me using political machineries that will go beyond human imaginations with respect to the propaganda. Again, but I will still give him small, not my last shot. I'm warning you, you got to save the best for the last. When he enters Monrovia and begin to move on that front line against injustice, then we start following him with our weapons, with the last bullet in it for the so-called last giant of the bastion of injustices against our people. And for that, I like to commend the learned counselor. But I like to say to him, you are going to Monrovia. The announcement you just made on Spoon, is huge. When John Malu said he was on his way to Monrovia, the entire country shook because the people were celebrating that John Malu is coming to audit. The very people in the Senate, as heard by Milton Tiaje, as he was speaking, another guy said, leave it, Tiaje, John Malu coming. He made that announcement on this particular network. People have been listening to you for years now. And for you, in fact, tomorrow, Rodney Sear will have it in his paper with your big picture, Councillor Jerome Verdio, on his way back to Liberia. It will be headline in all of the local dailies tomorrow. So the question then becomes, instead of just an empty headline, let's give the story then. And here is the question. You're on your way to Monrovia. You're on your way to Liberia. I'm sure there's jubilations in some quarters, especially for the victims and those that have been deeply affected by these unscrupulous elements of our society. The question then to you, what should the people expect? Jerome Verdia is coming to town. What should our people expect?
My brother, Honorable Sir, I'm a civil society activist. When I was there, I was vocal and active. People should expect nothing less. I will be opening my law firm, and our civil society activism will continue. And we will hold the government of President Boyka, His Excellency, hold them to the fire. We will monitor them. We will evaluate them so that Liberia does not experience a relapse or a regress of the progression that we think we have achieved for now. After President Salif, we have 5 years of decline. President Boyka is in transition to bring us back on course. And we wouldn't want, after the 6 years of President Boyka, to experience a decline. So there are a lot of institutional rebuilding, institutional issues that has to be addressed. But civil society should be and continue to be the watchdog that keeps the government busy. And that's one of the things we'll be doing too, bringing civil society organizations together, working with them. When we were there 12 years ago, we had a lot of coalitions because resources were scarce. And as now I can imagine, resources are even scarcer. So if organizations can pool resources, human resources, financial resources, material resources, okay, I'm going to have a big office that I can share with organizations that do not have offices. And me and a couple of lawyers are building a team already, even whilst I am here. So by the time I go back, our organization will be inaugurated, and I will have support. They will have support. Civil society will have support. Excuse me. Especially in addressing human rights issues. When ordinary people are victimized by the system. So yes, that's what people can expect. I will be back. It will be a nice thing to be shaking hands and telling people happy and hello. We don't know the exact date or the time. But when we arrive in the country, we will call a press conference. Stanton will send his troops, and then they will come, and then we will re-echo. And prior to that time, our response and congratulatory message to His Excellency the President would have been made public. So there will be a lot of issues for us to discuss. The president ran a very, very good campaign. The rescue train was a slogan that fell well. And giving the negative propaganda that Boca we won. We agree. Those were three slogans that won the heart of the Liberian people, and I think it was a well-run campaign. I think the UP chairman did well. Senator Kanga, Fago himself, Senator Senator Dillon, and everybody. So my thanks is out there to the Liberian people. I want to say Happy New Year to our people. This is the first week of the year. We were strong, we were valor, and a team of unity brought us this victory. And that victory is for all Liberian people. It's for the downtrodden, it's for those who have been suffering, it's for the disadvantaged, those whose rights have been violated. The Omen represents all of that as the most distinguished senior statesman of our time. We thank God for giving Liberia all of this. We pray for the president that there will be enormous goodwill for his government. And of course, by God's grace, he will succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, sir. Of course, we have to go. Fadiga, we have the guests have to leave. It's 6:57.
I don't have question. We just got a message for Dwalu. Sister Georgia said Dwalu, we should send you this message. They say, "Good evening, sir. Can you please tell Dwalu to stop using our country flag as a door curtain.
You know what? It's not right. You put it in the chat room and you have to bring it out.
They all rest on time. No, actually, I used to have the flag all the way back there. Maybe I'll try and put it back. Not because of her, though. My brother here. Because some of the people.
He was sure all his BB book and the woman called it wasn't our making all bad. All his BB book. Then she said
next week I will push it beyond. I will push it way beyond.
Yeah, what the woman said. The woman said she see all your BB book. Yeah, she said your wife Jackie. She said why your wife on the flag? Jackie.
Duado. I hope our country flag is not Lapa Bido. I beg you, man. Just take it down, but honorable.
No, I can take it until next week. Next week, I'll take it on next week.
Oh, okay. Councilor right there. Thank you, Councilor.
What a woman need Fadiga.
I know Georgia saw you, but need Georgia, Bobby. Oh, what a learning.
Councilor want to say thank you.
Georgia, Bobby. Ain't no Bobby at school. I'm sure the Councilor Federal know Bobby at school.
That thing is personal, guys. That thing is personal because you got to understand. It's so personal because Fadiga know that person. I mean, yeah. So we shouldn't go deeper into.
You see,
Councilor, thank you very much for joining us as always. We appreciate you on this phone talk. We know we'll have you back. Please do your closing, and then that's the end of the show. We'll just come back and close and leave. Thank you, Councilor.
Yeah, let's thank God for everything. God has preserved us, and I think I had a very wonderful time. You guys were engaging. The questions were challenging. And I appreciate it. It was a wonderful Sunday. We thank God for preserving us and preserving our state. And I would like us to continue to pray for the old man, our president. He means very well. It's the burdens he carries in his heart.
Wait, sorry to interrupt you, but I got to do this, Councilor. From day one, you say you never call president, we are president until he conceded. But tonight, history has been made. You say, let us continue to pray for our president, His Excellency. So,
he has not even taken office yet.
Yeah, okay.
He has not even taken office yet, but I'm done with the president elected. He's the president. There's no other president before him, so he's the president. We just wait for the official time. That's why, and that's the
thank you. Congratulations.
Yes, the seat is empty. There's no president there.
Thank you, Councilor Jerome Verdier. We appreciate your time, and may God bless you.
I appreciate it.
Your beautiful family. Thanks.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you. All right, guys, let's wrap this thing up. It's very important for us to note, as always, Councilor is available. I think tomorrow we'll be having Zoe Penn on, the senator from Grand Jide, on our set. You know, tomorrow will be a busy day. They will be going down to the Supreme Court, coming back to the Senate, talking about the issue of Ed Musa Dean and Samara Woodacuddy. It will be a big day tomorrow. And on Tuesday, likewise, the Senate should be closing. If there is no further extension to the state from the president, the Senate will be closing. I want to say thanks to every one of you for joining us. From my end, I want to say thank God we stay alive. I'm done. Good show. The people can decide. And we are grateful to God for the beautiful Sunday. Fagon, you do your closing. Duadu, Al-Hussein, and Stephen.
I put my closing in the chat room. I just want that video for me to reflect.
Oh, you want to do that video?
Yes, my closing is 1 minute 30 seconds. That's my closing.
All right, but I just wait because I didn't upload it. Let Duadu go ahead. Duadu,
yeah, because Stephen Crossing got to go to the high table.
To our people, we can move in front if we don't build a foundation which is steep in the rule of law. We will continue to stress the issue of the rule of law, and we got to stop this nonsense in Liberia where Fagon is being prosecuted for something he has done. Then somebody claimed they're witch hunting the Gola people. No, Fagon is not the Gola people. It's Fagon. It's Eugene Fagon himself. It's Dualu himself that has committed this crime. If we don't prosecute us that commit crimes, we are not going to strengthen the system. So I'm going to say this to my brother, Councilor Verdia, for coming today. All of us have to push to strengthen the rules in the country. If Dwalu commits a crime, let Dwalu pay the consequences. I don't care if they're punitive, if they're compensatory, but he must pay something so our country can get stronger. Thank you so much, Fagon.
I want to say for some of us, as we get a move towards inauguration a few weeks from now, we'll usher in our president, the president that we believed in, that we fought tirelessly for, to see that he rescued this country. We are hopeful. I believe that the atmosphere, the temperament in the country, people are excited that there's some change coming. Even though a lot of people do not know what to expect, they are optimistic. My only call to Ambassador Boyka and the entire UP team and entire UP alliance is that let us for once do this for Liberia. There are some people that will still have that mindset of business as usual. What I've observed in Liberia is that corruption is a web. It's not a unique. It's not something that can be done alone. It's done by a group of people that to protect one another, and they are very powerful. It's a culture that has been exacerbated by impunity. The fact that nobody has been held accountable, the fact that we do not have this deterrent mechanism to prevent people from committing these crimes, have allowed people to do. Most time it's very broad. Like some of the documents we have privy to review, people became so careless over the last 6 years. So careless to the point that they did things in plain sight, they didn't even hide it. I pray that like everybody in the country expect that there will be an audit, that people will be held accountable, that a void of intimidation, that will protect those that will be providing those information. They are already coming forward. I pray that one of the number one priority before anything, that Ambassador Boyka, President-elect Boyka, focus on security. Law enforcement is paramount in order to protect the Liberian people and ensure some sense of I won't say credibility, but ensure, create an atmosphere that people will want to come back home. He needs to get rid of this partisan cut that were created by Joshua. That thing needs to be dismantled. It needs to be dismantled on the one. Even if they have to recruit new people, if they have to reshuffle, I don't know how they would do it. It's not my forte, but we need the rule of law in Liberia, because I see subversion. I see people trying to do everything to cover up and get away with the crimes that they committed in the last 6 years. And I just pray and hope that this time around, we have enough prison to hold some of these people. We have enough places to put some of these people. And then we can move forward and probably start taking our rightful place in Africa again. Stevie?
It's been a great show. It's always good to be here. Talk about Liberia. The last 3 days, including today, have been very interesting. We've had a couple of interesting guests. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Great day, great show, and thanks to everybody who participated either by their comments, their text messages, and also to our panelists. It's been a wonderful time. Thanks to Councilor Verdia for availing himself to talk about Liberia in proper ways we can make our country stronger in terms of accountability, the fight against corruption, and most importantly, the rule of law. So thank you, Stanton, Fagon, Fadiga, and of course, Dwalu, who has left. Great show.
Thank you very much, Steven, man. I appreciate you. Fadiga, thanks a lot. Again, to all those that follow us, we're just going to play Fagon clip, his video. James is downloading it. I didn't know that you wanted to upload it, so let's just give it a few seconds if we can hang around.
Why?
What I clip in part 15, man, for tomorrow.
Yeah, no, it's short. It's very short, but you know that's what we do on Spoon. Somebody asked me today, Stanton, they say, can I ask you, how did you guys manage to sway the Liberian people towards spoon talk? And I remember one time Stanton told me something and we were having this discussion. I said, because we don't come over there and just talk 100% politics. Look how we ended the show on a soft note with a listener who sent the message. She just sent another message back to say, "Y'all, thank you for flagging my concern." When people become part of something and they feel that they are part of it, they take care of it and they invite other people to share with them. When I always used to say that Stanton had brought about a radio station, and all the time I was very forceful that you need to go. This radio station, you have given it to the Liberian people. Start coming here and acting like a radio station. The people owned the radio station. They owned Spoon Talk. They became part of it. And so we don't come here, Steve, and just, like talk the politics. You and I joke. Look at just now. I just told you, I say, you go into the high table. That makes mankind.
Where you guys call the high table? Where is it?
But man, I'm not coming to a space.
Unless Stevie. He's not very nothing, man.
And I don't smoke, but on the night of the celebration.
No, but you don't be unfair to us.
We'll tell you off air. We'll tell you off air.
We'll tell you season 2.
Moment, Steve, I didn't know you could dance. So I saw someone on a video. He hit me somewhere on Facebook. I'm gonna make a pilot too.
We don't send our video to Stanton and be a trouble.
The man get hit too, but he was sending. Watch and see.
You need to see.
Please, I beg you. You may not rush it, Benny. Every day, what happened now? Let's see me. Bro, come. Bro, I will see you. Like Eugene Nangbe send me. Please stop. You say who say you? I say Eugene Nangbe send me. Eugene Nangbe send you for wedding. He sent me to Eugene Facon. He sent to Eugene Facon. You don't know Eugene Facon and Eugene Nangbe get talk? Then you have serious problem? Yeah, but the problem that he want for them to settle is, so he sent me to carry a lobster. They're two baby lobsters. So I'm going to carry it to him so he can chill and just forgive him. You didn't have lobster where people come here. Small thing, you didn't have lobster and can eat iron. Yes. You didn't have is the only man giving a lobster and fertilizer to grow. You say you can't use it back home. You go to what do you eat? You're going to eat it, and when the lobster can call anybody hard, sir. Definitely, maybe before it reach one way lost. Who knows? Now you will take it, but it will fall down. Allah, you will eat it. Allah, you will eat it. And listen to me, the president now banned Eugene Nangbe from eating lobster. Tell me something. The president said, any supermarket, I will serve lobster to Eugene Nangbe. You can see what problem with the governor of the Republic of Liberia. So Eugene Nangbe in problem now. Maybe he will be eating crab. Chai! Snail. That one a different thing. Oh my God. And then he put in lobster. That position he get America in trouble.
You know why I asked to play Ijamaka stuff about him and I? The people say government is continuity. It's like the guy predicted what will happen, right? If you look at the end of the tip, he said any attempt now for Eugene Nangbe to eat lobster, that job at Maritime, he'll be in problem. So he didn't call specific president name, but everybody knew it was President Weah. But however, look at the comedy. At the end of the comedy, there's a warning.
Yeah.
Meaning, you're not going to put your hand in the lobster business. You put your hand in the lobster business, look at the poor people, and that goes for us. That goes for members of the new government. That goes for what Jerome Verdier said. And that's why I asked to play the tip, because it was more or less.
So, let me interrupt you. I beg you. Let me interrupt you. We got to go, I understand. But I want us to think on this, Fagon. A lot of people now, thank God that Stephen coming back tomorrow and you will be here. We're going to have this conversation tomorrow. Was it a retreat to lobby for job? Or what kind of retreat Joseph Yiman Bwaka went for in Bomi? Don't answer. I just want us to think about it. It's important now for us to follow every step of the way of Joseph Yiman Bwaka. Because the understanding out there is that people went to Bomi for the job retreat.
I mean, the person him play the team one more time will be within the team.
I agree with you, but you know what? This is the reason why I can push myself to you, because you are on the transition team. You are UP, right?
Ready
Some
for
people
you.
are Boycott sympathizer and lover. That's fine. So I hope you can come up with some good answer for us tomorrow. A lot of cars went into bombing. A lot of folks went to bombing. What was the retreat about? But again, let's play this guy video one more time. We got a haircut of here. It was a nice show. Aaron or James, can you play it one more time?
Bro, please. I beg you. You better like rushing Benny. Every day. What happened now? Let's see me. Bro, come. Bro, I will see you. Like Eugene Nangbe send me. Bro, please no. You say who say you? I say Eugene Nangbe send me. Eugene Nangbe send you for wedding. He sent me to Eugene Facon. He saying that Eugene Facon. You don't know Eugene Facon and Eugene Nangbe get talk? Then you have serious problem? Yeah, but the problem that he want for them to settle is so he sent me to carry a lobster. They're two baby lobsters. Someone carry to him so he can chill and just forgive him. You didn't have lost away, BBO come here. Simoti, you didn't have lost one and can eat iron. Yes. You didn't have is the only man giving a lobster and fed the last to grow. You say you can't use it back home. To go to what do we eat? You're going to eat it, and when the lobster can call anybody hard, sir. Definitely, maybe before it reach one way lost. Who knows? Now you'll take it, but it will fall down. Allah, you eat it. Allah, eat it. You eat it. And listen to me, the president now banned Eugene Nangbe from eating lobster. Tell me something. The president said, any supermarket, I will serve lobster to Eugene Nangbe. They see what problem with the governor of Republic of Liberia. So Eugene Nangbe in problem now. Maybe he will be eating crab. Chai! Snail. That one a different thing. Oh my God. Them, he put in hand lobster. That position he get America in trouble.
Thank you, folks. Good show.
You.
See you tomorrow by God's grace. Aaron?
Take it from us.
Take it from us, Aaron. Where you at, my piggy? You may laugh in the bag where you want to go home. All right, Aaron. Thank you very much, man. Let's call Pastor Raymond. I believe he just yeah. Let's call Pastor Raymond. I don't think he want to come up because he's beating the Eagle like Mikey Dog, and Pastor Raymond loves the Eagles. But let's call him. I'm kind of concerned, Aaron. If you understand American football, the Eagles turn out to be the worst team now at the end of the season. You know, it's not looking good. Dallas is winning 38-10. Eagles is down 24-3. You see, Pastor Roma will not answer because that's his team. You know, they're beating his team. So I really don't think he will answer. Pastor Roma? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, this is American football era. Pastor Roma, are you with us? Are you okay, Pastor Roma?
What happened?
The Eagles and Giants 24-10.
Eagles losing?
You got battle. And you watching the game, or you trying to say?
I'm not watching the game. I'm watching Sanford and Son.
My big you whip.
I'm watching Sanford and Son. I'm not watching Eagles game.
Okay, then delete that one. I gave you the news anyway. Just keep my stuff ready. I beg you. 24-10. I mean, do our benediction. Let's go ahead.
All right, my man. I'm going to check it out. All right, to all of you, thank you for the long week. It's a beginning for a new week in Liberia. Everybody listening to my voice, may the Lord bless you. May the Lord keep you. May the Lord make the Lord's face to shine upon you, be gracious unto you. May the Lord look upon your favor during this week and give you peace, the peace that surpasses all understanding. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen, amen, amen.
Pastor Raymond, thank you very much. And that will be a good game because Giants will beat the Eagles to the end. They got about 10 minutes left. It's 24-10. Thank you very much.
I'm watching the game. I'm watching
Dallas 35, Washington 10. So Dallas is winning. Dallas control that. First see everything goes to Dallas. Okay.
I'm watching San Francisco.
Yeah, okay. Say hi to Fred for me. Bye.
All right, there, boss.
The BD is safe. Aaron Kuban, thank you, man. A beautiful show, folks. As always, we want to say thank you for Johnny Spoon. Again, we love you. I'm going to eat my pan butter and cassava. It's very nice. It got everything you think about in it. Trust me, Rema will call me back and say he wants to eat some. I'm not going to share with him. Yeah, Aaron, it's pan butter. The pan butter got crab in it.
On Sunday.
Half food. It got chicken feed. It got everything. It's hot. It's boiling.
I wanted to eat that pan butter.
And you eat it, your hair starts sweating. You get pepper. Yeah. That's the beauty of rainy day.
No start running.
You don't start running at all. You look at you like you want to eat my power also.
Yeah.
Don't have a nursing on me.
You know what I say?
I know what you say. Don't have a nursing on me because let me be for free.
There.
Folks, we love you too. Tita Brand, Kobet, Kolaiko. Huh? What you say?
What you say?
Huh?
I thought you were warning me. You said don't have a Nelson. You.
No, I said don't have a Nelson. Nelson, oh, want to eat my food. Let me send a shout out to Ose and Osman team. Ose Kanga Tengba. I think he using the woman name last name though. Wait. That's the man last name, right? What? That's his last name. I gotta put a picture up. Hold on 1 minute.
Is the president?
Huh? I said, let me put a picture up. Then he said, the person on the line. I can't figure this out. The man name is bad, but I think he using Saint Yombly going to be a pro-chance. He decided to use the Yombly sister last name. He using the woman last name instead of his own last name. The Yombly sister. You know Yombly Kanga Lawrence, right?
Oh.
And the last name like Kanga?
Yeah.
Yeah, so for him,
Kanga, yeah.
His last name should be Timothy Ba. But I'm getting information that you're using Timothy Ba Kanga. Does that work? Have you heard that before?
It's my first time hearing that, especially in our setting.
Yeah, especially in Africa, right?
Especially in our setting, the man can't take the woman last name.
I need to find out. I'm finding out. I really need to find out as to why
you heard that in our setting in Africa.
Because the Kanga name is a good name right now because Yombly gonna be pro champ. You see that? You see that? They went to the game, the Eagles and Giant game. Who?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see the picture of my picking? You get a picture, right?
Yeah.
The guy named supposed to be Timothy Ba.
I found it difficult to.
I mean, your problem, you better go with the flow.
Oh, okay, I seen it.
You are gonna find it difficult. How can I picking this up?
I seen it.
You just agreed to mention the woman last name. Then you say again.
I've seen it.
I got myself picking this up.
No, I'm not disagreeing with the issue. I not seen the picture.
That man said, no, they'll go to the game. Now the woman talking there. So you see the whenever you see the man, you call him say Timothy Kanga. That name, Timothy Kanga. And I want to wish
man, I'm
telling you, be careful. I want to wish Layden Peabody Jr., my cousin Brandon Peabody's son. Today is his birthday, January 7th. I'm trying to find the picture. I want to find a picture, Layden. I want to put his picture up, man. Today is our picking birthday. You know, we gotta celebrate him. A good woman. My cousin is a good person though. But she married to one of those Peabody, then not correct. She had to leave the guy. So let's try to find the picture of him and put a picture up. You know, wait. I got to send a shout out to Bernadette Peabody to her son before I get in trouble. I got to put a picture up, right? It looked like his mom in a way. Just wait for me to begin. Folks, you gotta work for me. We gotta do the birthday thing real quick because this is family. And you know, before I get in trouble here, I'm telling you right now, it's gonna be the other guy. He just come in my the other guy that take a woman last thing. He just come in my picture. But you know, why would you take a woman last name? Can you do that?
I can't even do that.
You can do that? You see?
No way.
If people say that one, they say you can do that. Why you can do that?
I have to get my because that's not a format, especially in Africa. In Liberia.
The man name is Timothy Bar, Gbar. That's his name. Yeah. Yes. The man name is Timothy Bar, but he decided to carry the woman name. Yeah, they are all Bazodian. They are all Bazodian. But what I have hurting you, if the man take a woman last name, that's not a bad thing. What I concern you, my picking?
It's not bad, but it's strange. That's all.
Oh, it's just strange, but it's not bad.
Yeah. Not everything that's bad, and everything that's strange is bad. Me, I'm a first.
Yeah, but I get a concern about. But you wouldn't change the name when we're announcing that Yombly will be the pro temp. That's when he changed the name. You know, so we can trust that guy. But let's wish the young man happy birthday. Let's wish the young man happy birthday. Little D. Peabody Jr. Yes, his picture. Want to wish him happy birthday. Today actually is his birthday, January 7th. And then my cousin, Bernardine Peabody, her son. He looked like his mom. Yeah. So I want to say happy birthday to you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And may God extend your years 100-fold. Happy birthday. And this is from your mother, my own dear cousin, Bernardine Peabody. We wish you God's peace as you enjoy this wonderful wet Sunday. Happy birthday. Yeah. Beginning, I had to do this one because they sent me perfume for Christmas. If I do that one, then I'm in trouble. The phone call when I start coming around. So thank God I did. All right. Have a good night, man. Enjoy your wow. Who's there with you? Somebody in the corner there. Who's that?
You see the person?
Yeah. Who's that? No, who's that? I call the person name. Why you say hey? You can't call the person. I seen the person arm.
Just relaxing. I know that he's not doing a show tonight, boy. He's just relaxing.
Bring on camera. Let me see him.
That's it. Are you set to go?
Let the man can stand over you, my man.
Let him can stand here. See you on make sure we are.
Well, check.
See you today. You won't put me in.
No, I just want to know. I saw you over here. You were right there. I saw you. So I want to say, thank you, man. You have a good night. Yeah. Don't forget, Fatima said, I'm going to tell you that she coming to Liberia. You will pick her up. She will be leaving on Friday. She will be there on Saturday. Everybody coming to Liberia now. Everybody coming back. So you'll get ready.
Yeah.
You'll have a good night.
Yeah. But see you. The code is. The code is. I say you're in the code. The code is very diplomatic.
Yeah. I walked down the street into the dollar store and I bought this one from there.
No, Zio, not a dollar store.
Oh, man.
Okay, folks. This is how we like to end this edition of the program, the Spoon Talk here on all of our stations and online platforms. My name is Aaron Kuban. I've been here. Do join us tomorrow, at which time we'll bring you another edition of the program. Bye bye from my end. Good night to all of you, and keep on following Spoon FM.